2026. Yeah, probably. All right. So chat, I put a marker down. You want to know what's wild? Something that I'm doing on this new monitor? I'm playing full screen. I've not played Dwarf because now I have a little bit more monitor real estate. So I'm playing in full screen. I've always played in 1600 by 900. But now I'm full screen. So it's 1920 by 1080. Which is wild, man. Anyway, Twitch chat. The YouTube chat is up and running. So if you want to say hi, YouTube, now's a good time to do that. YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you haven't done so already, because it really does help the YouTube machine go burr. I'm just realizing I'm having an aneurysm and don't know how to get into my YouTube streaming dashboard. There it is. Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube chat at absolutely no cost to you, the best way to do that is with this link. And go and help them bump the like number from 21 up to, like, I don't know, 60 or something. Because there's 60 people watching, so we should have close to that number of likes. And all my recordings are running, so let's dive in. Of course, I would prefer that you watch on Twitch, because that's where you'll get faster interactions, that's where I talk more, all that jazz. Let's play some Dwarfs. If it was long ago, it's probably because of the fact that the game worked differently long ago, Havoc. That's almost always something I want to point out. Also, something I kind of want to do this year, because I was thinking about interesting video ideas and interesting fort ideas. And I was looking at this fortress while I was doing other things off stream. And, like, this is a really convincing sheer mountain. I kinda... Humor me for a second here. I want to find, and I'll probably try and do this off stream. I want to generate a world with a river here and a big ass mountain here and a volcano, okay? And try and recreate Boat Murdered's layout. I know that would be difficult. It would require me pumping lava from other layers to make the lava river. It would require me pumping water from layers to make the water river. But I think it would be really fun to make a Dwarf Fortress almost stage play of let's try and recreate the layout and events of Boat Murdered in the current version of the game. Because, like, there would be so much bullshit gameplay nonsense we'd have to do to actually make it work. Well, see, streams can't be caught, right? It's like an ethereal thing that vanishes through your fingertips if you're not present. Sup, Zomon? Could always build the terrain yourself. That's cheating! I mean, yeah, I guess you could. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. That's something I would like to try and do this year. Probably after adventure mode's out and things are bored. You know? Turn those features into casinos and make Dwarf Vegas? I have no idea what that would look like. True story, though. I'm bummed to this day that everybody's least favorite video game corporation, Atari, didn't make that Vegas hotel. Anyway, this is the current fort. I have to name a dwarf. I have to name Kintako a dwarf, who wanted a military dwarf. Gotta check something, though. Doop-a-doop. They want a bearded dwarf who's ideally in the military. I have no idea if Godin's going to be a good military dwarf. Pretty pissed off. Does seem to like their job, though, so. Kintako is swayed by emotional appeals, does not often trust others, and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, is bashful, forms only tenuous emotional bonds with others, fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is disturbed by this as he values quiet, at least in the abstract. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, believes peace is always preferable to war, and values cunning and respects perseverance, and does not respect the law. Likes native platinum, bronze, and green zircon, as well as clear glass and buffalo horn. What the heck is that? Colanthus? All right, I probably should Google that. For their coloration in the words of the saffron of droplets and the sight of the mirth of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume kangaroo cheese and rye beer. Seoleth. Sure, but what is it? Also, I will say this forever. Please don't phonetically write things in my chat. I'll figure it out. It's okay. It just irritates me because it doesn't really help. It's a very old fish. Maybe I have looked these up before. Very long beard, which is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed, naturally. I don't know what that deity is. He's a member of the Knowing Theater and a member of the Autumnal Guild, which is the Farmers Guild. Off the coast of Madagascar. Huh. Still, it's the one that they thought to... Yeah, okay, I think I've heard about this. Yeah, checks out. Checks out. I don't know shite about Pokemon, mate. I know what a Pikachu is. I know what a Squirtle is. I know what a Charizard is. I know what a Jigglypuff is. And Kirby's a Pokemon, right? I don't know. I've played Smash Brothers. Unironically, the only Pokemon game I've played for more than 2 hours and not been painfully bored is Pokken. Kirby is a shiny Jigglypuff. Got it. I'm joking about the Kirby thing, by the way. I know Kirby's not a Pokemon. Kirby should be a Pokemon. I mean, have you seen him? So this is Winterthrone. This is the second fortress we've done in this world. Oh. Well, that changes everything. So this is Winterthrone, which is the second fortress I've done in this world. It's actually technically on this volcano, but you can't see it underneath this cave sprite. Trust me, it's there. We played this fort. This was Winterhearth, which apparently has been taken over by goblins, which is interesting. And now has a population of 5,000. So... Huh. That seems bad. And they're right next door to me. I was gonna say, yeah, so we started this little fortress with the whole idea, and this is true, we started this little fortress with the whole idea that we would make a bunch of gear for adventurers, which we did. And that was a good time. We made gear for adventurers. And then we started building this fort off of the back of some of those adventurers, which we have snail people, right? Several of them, although one of them's real pissed. We got to work on that. We had, what was it? Leopard people? Yeah, one leopard person left because the other one died to a vampire. And a beetle, right? Yeah, we had a beetle. And I kind of set out with this fortress with the goal of trying to make military that could use the, quote, primordial cloud stuff amulet and primordial cloud stuff earrings. The earrings give you force push, and the amulet gives you the ability to shoot ice cubes, basically, icicles, projectiles out of your hands. And I went into this fortress with the idea of, like, let's just try and use those weapons to see if they're possible. And it turns out that, yeah, it is. You can, in fact, use them. Same with, apparently, the food. Like the healing foods, which I don't have any in this fort. But apparently if you lock a dwarf in a room with the healing food and they get desperate and start starving, they will eat it. Are those spells present in Fortress mode? Yes. Well, actually, fun fact, those spells have been present in Fortress mode for like 3 years. 4 years? 5 years, actually, maybe now. Since 47.05. When they add, or 0.04, whenever they added Intelligent Undead, because Intelligent Undead have those spells. So, necromancers that create Intelligent Undead, the Intelligent Undead always get a power, and the power, I don't know what determines what powers what Intelligent Undead get, but Intelligent Undead have had those powers for quite some time, so those spells have actually been present for a while. The main difference here is now they're accessible in Adventure Mode and usable in Adventure Mode by non-undead adventurers. And doesn't World End? Yeah, sure, but like different necromancers give different Intelligent Undead different powers. But I'm sure there's something World Gen related, but I don't know. Anyway, you could ask, what if this? It's like I don't know how else to say this sentence, mate. So now we have this, guys. We need to take back Winterhearth. I have a goal now. So I guess I should update my bot, hey? All right. I've updated the goal command. As for dwarves in the fortress, we have Dulkin. Oh yeah, we also have a vampire. The vampire, I want to figure out something to do with it. I've been thinking about maybe contriving a reason to just allow the vampire to run rampant in the fortress. But I've given him a pickaxe. And when he gets out of his sentence, I'm going to try and lock him in a room by himself and see if I can get him to build his own fort. So, you know, we got Sakamara, we got Devilish Potat, which I put 2 T's in it. Oh well. A Devilish Pot. We have Snail, who's a snail. Surprise. I know everybody's shocked, right? We got Ben Gorgon, we've got CESC, I don't know how to pronounce that, Amethyst, who's Celesty, as well as Bane and Mini Monster. We also have the Unswerving. I can't remember why I named that dwarf. Chat maybe can remind me. Darius Cardron and Fishbone, as well as Butch, who's the mayor, and QN Green Tea, the cook, and Kintako, the herbalist, who's also in the military. And we have Jasper, as well as Prime Minister, the snail, which is just a funny name for a snail at this point. And we have Jeffrey, we have 404, we have Rambo Ambo, and Keen Cook, as well as Zwari HC, and Baked Leech, who's pissed. Oh, I need to figure out what's up with them. Fallout Rain, Too Tall Dad, and a Trillion Peasants, as well as some children. And then down at the bottom, who's behind my camera, let's see, is this scene fucked? No, it's not. El Rey, who's a performer. It works on literally everything. Any living entity it works on. Tiny Hippo. Any alive entity it'll work on. Oh yeah, also, we had a dwarf die. I'll be honest. It's been long enough since I played this fort that I don't know what killed this dwarf. I'd need to go watch the VODs. That is accurate, yes. The bot needs to calm down. I want to say we just had, like, some sort of tantrum or, like, something bad happened. Something bad happened, but Zolban does appear to be getting buried. Nope, that's Kogan. Did Kogan get a tomb? Okay, Kogan did get a tomb. It's a child. Uh-oh. Their teeth are getting put away. Well, that's good. So this fortress is stupid because of this. This. It makes whatever you're using the command on join you. Join your faction instantly. It's very much cheating, and I occasionally use it sparingly. So this is a overflowing volcano, which I kind of did intentionally. We are using it to pump lava into here, and then up to here, and then down into here, which is what filled up my lovely little lava tubes over here. We've got a sand industry building up over here. Down here, we've got our metal industry, which is very, very small right now and needs work. Down here, we've got our tomb. And then over here, we have our artifact hold. And I'm thinking I'm going to try and make the vampire into the guardian of the artifact hold or something. I also want to start building a tower out of this fortress. I'm thinking directly underneath this, potentially, because I could just dig out this storage area to be a bit bigger and match the shape of it, and then just start building upwards, up and out, and then out the top of this, because I think that would be dope. So that's kind of what I want to do with this fort construction-wise. And down here, I can't remember how deep we went, but down here we have this. This is the soon-to-be, not quite yet, front door of the fortress. And also, Jeffrey's claimed a workshop, so I need to check in on Jeffrey. This is me hollowing out the obsidian shelves and ice to make a proper front door to the fortress. I want this to be multiple levels tall with obsidian portions and ice portions that are like giant pillars. This will be pretty cool. So we'll be working on this today. We'll be working on the front door. I need to check beds. How are we doing on beds currently? Currently, I don't need that many beds, but I do need some more beds. Oh, sweet. We've got a bunch of available beds. Well, I should assign those. I'm currently just, like, trying to catch back up to where I was because, like, you know, I haven't played this since Boxing Day, so it's been a minute. And if you guys are wondering why I vanished, well, it's because I was finishing that video, and to be completely honest with you, I was burnt out. By the end of the holidays, I was ready to just sleep for a week and not talk to the internet for a while, so sometimes that happens to me, and when that happens to me, it's like, yeah, I gotta disappear for a little bit. And I did. It was healthy. We're mostly back now. And I think I will be like 100% back basically until I have to move at the end of the month. And then at the end of the month, I will probably vanish again for a little bit. I'm also starting to build this, which may also end up being my my tower. Although maybe I'll make 2, I don't know. 2 would be cool. Nothing against 2 towers. But this is, starting down here, this is gonna be some sort of storage. And then this is gonna slowly move upwards. This is my library, which I just built, and I actually need to reshape a little bit because things have changed since I finished this. So let's reshape this a little bit, just so I don't have unsmoothed, unconstructed rock in the zone because that'll lower the value of it, and I want it to have higher value if possible. I realize I missed it. I bumped a spot in the middle there, but we can fix that. It won't be too difficult. You can go away. You can go away. Let's go all the way around the edges. Let's get that done. How was a wear blind? Well, I mean, you knew where I was, I think. Probably. Is there an issue with painting all bedrooms at once? And it only giving one bed icon? If they don't have doors, it'll just make a dormitory, if that's what you mean. If it only gives you one giant room, then it means that you've only made a dormitory and not an actual bedroom. Let's follow this dwarf who's in a strange mood. And also, one other thing I need to check. Did I dig down to the caverns? Because honestly, I can't remember. I think I did. The holidays are kind of a blur. Yes, I did. Okay. So we do have access to the caverns down here. And I have done some digging down here. Yeah, because we needed water, right? My military was training down here. I don't think they are currently. I do have some weapon traps in here, and I need to make more. And then over here, we dug down further. Right, yeah, and I haven't hit the lower one. I can't remember why I was digging down further, but I should probably just dig into this one. But we have this. We have access to this. So I should probably work on sealing this off a little bit, making this thing safe, because this will actually be pretty easy. It's just going around the bottoms of these, and it's not multiple levels tall, but I could spill it down and use pumps to get some of that water into here and make this into a nice forest growing area / farming zone. Yeah, I mean, you have to make sure you hit this. Like, if there's bedrooms on them with doors, with a bed, a room with a door that's enclosed with a bed, then you can use the multi-build, but... Cheers, Pizza Guy Mike. And happy to help. Oh yeah, also, we have a goose. Just thought I'd let you know. The goose is lovely. The goose's sole purpose in life is to spot enemies before they get to us, and it has failed us at least once now by letting a were creature in. So let's unpause the game and let her roll. So I think I'm gonna leave most of the obsidian here. I might like make this a little bit more open because there will be too much obsidian, but I think a lot of the obsidian I'm gonna leave. Parts of this I'm gonna dig out. I also think we should get children out of here and into the fortress permanently. We're just gonna kind of, right, there's a forgotten beast down here. Forgot about you. What do you do? The Flags of Legend. Right, yeah, you've killed a bunch of things. I remember why we're scared of you now. You're made of blue diamond. And you have webs. I think we're gonna try and catch this thing. That goose takes bribes. You know, it wouldn't surprise me. Just show up with just like treats. Hey, goose, don't honk. Also, thanks for all the follows, by the way. Getting a lot of follows today. Appreciate you guys. That goose is not on the loose. No, that goose is very much confined to that room. Very much confined to that room. So yeah, just building out this. Slowly digging. Something I do need is we need to figure out some main characters for this, but let's follow my snail and see why are you, oh no, why are you so upset? You're unable to acquire something for 2. Am I making snail clothes? Sock shoe, okay. I'm not making the small gloves. Let's make 4 small gloves. Snail man. And let's just make that like annually. What else do you need? You don't feel anything after seeing a ghost's dead body. I do want to help this guy. I mean, you're focused, so there is that. You just want to acquire an object. Which really, you know, leads to many questions. As far as cloth goes, I don't really have much in the way of, like, silk. Because, oh, now I remember why I was digging down. The bottom cavern layer, down here, yeah, this fortress, the bottom cavern layer and the middle cavern layer, and the upper cavern layer, rather, the two, are very much lacking in giant cave spiders. Or not giant cave spiders, just normal cave spiders. Like, there's giant cave spiders, but not normal cave spiders. So we're lacking in spider silk. So I need to find the middle cavern layer to see if I can find some silk. But we've found this cavern layer on -9, and the lower cavern layer is on -60. So somewhere between -9 and -60 is another cavern layer. And I need to see if that has silk, because none of the others do. Otherwise, we just need to switch entirely to pigtails. Yeah, I'm not going to use Forgotten Beast silk. And we've been over this a trillion times, and I'm going to keep saying I'm not going to use it. And the reason I'm not going to use it is you can't sell it. Like, Until they fix that bug, I'm not going to use any creature with named Silk, because named Silk is unsellable. I'm just not going to do it. I will use Pigtails. Pigtails is a much better use for your time. It's not like a beef thing, really. It's just it's a very big waste of every type of resources. You can't sell it. No, have you tried? I don't know how many times I need to say this before people start to remember that I've said it, but like forever probably. But like you cannot sell it. It is not sellable. It is grayed out on the selling screen. So until that's fixed, I'm not going to use Forgotten Beast Silk for anything. Oh, it's translated into Forgotten Beef? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right, speaking of bedrooms. Also, I'm clearing the tree saplings on that level so that we can... I'm clearing the tree saplings so that I can plant pigtails. Because I think I'm just going to go that route. It's safer. Oh, look, that dwarf is saving some treats for later. Or was trying to. Until they're going to get removed. Oopsies. Let's do this. That. We're going to get hit by ads on Twitch here in a couple seconds. So when the ads break, I will just designate constructions. No, people will learn about the bug once it's fixed and then talk about it like it's still a going concern 6 years later. Which is the constant reality of Dwarf Fortress. Like 5 years after it's fixed, people will be like, can you still not sell Forgotten Beast Silk? It's okay. It's a very big game that doesn't get a lot of coverage, and things change pretty dramatically, often enough that like, you know, people get behind. So it makes sense. You know, you are so right that it's a classic of gaming that I can't even tell if it's like people memeing half the time. But yeah, you are right. It is very much just a... You know, it's probably just a thing with all media, even, not just video games. Really helped you get into the game? Happy to help, dude. Been playing for 2 weeks? That's a good amount of time. Hopefully you've taken breaks in that 2 weeks. Like, you know, slept or eaten. Make sure you shower. Please remember that showering is still important, even though you have Dwarf Fortress now, so you no longer need reality or a social life. But, like, do remember to take care of yourself. I am joking. I'm glad that you're having a good time with the game, though. Must be as clean as your dwarves. That's not a good, like, precedent to set, I guess. I hope these are the right material. Yay, they are. Right, we're in an ad break, so I will leave the game paused. I'm slowly covering up these lava flows with glass.
OHNY, etc.
Because I think they look nice. Oh, Happy New Year. Thank you very much for the 56 months, Darren. Appreciate you, mate. I hope that you're doing well. I hope you've had a decent enough New Year. Showering is like getting caught in the rain, though. You know, unironically, I like going for walks in the rain. I don't just watch videos of people walking around in the rain. I go sit in the rain. So this is my... Whoops, I can get rid of you. This is my vampire. Vampire does, in fact, have vampire's own space. So what I'm thinking is how much longer do vampire have until vampire out? Vampire has 125 days. If vampire isn't totally insane, I'm going to release the vampire, let him eat somebody, and then just get him to wall himself in and hide. Rename him the world so you can say the world is a vampire? Also, his name is actually Burr. Burr Geshud Metul. Vampire go Burr, indeed. Thank you for making that joke. I was thinking about it and was like, So, yeah. Aside from that, you know, we've got these lovely little gem windows. I really like the way my offices have turned out, even though they're not entirely satisfying my mayor right now, so maybe we should go find the mayor's ones. I'll remind myself where that is. Like, you want this to be higher value. Like, what more do you need, Dwarf? I mean, here. What if I mine through this and, like, put a metal wall in it or something? Because this is your dining hall. You're also not satisfied with it. What if I remove these 3 walls and do the same thing? How many fucking... What, in this map? I have giant cheetahs. I have no cats. Just giant cheetahs. Ooh, I could use silver. Let's use silver. We're trying to increase your room quality, okay? Trying to, Butch. Trying to. Until you get unelected, which is an inevitability. Whether forcefully or willingly. Jeffrey, the manager, has created Alan Rush, a granite toy boat, and claims it is a family heirloom. Well, that's adorable. That's an expensive toy boat. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with rectangular granite cabochons, decorated with bone and tower cap, encircled with bands of rectangular granite cabochons, dog bone, silver, and pear-cut citrines. This object is adorned with hanging rings of granite, menaces with spikes. I lost my spot. Menaces with spikes of black zircon. On the item is an image of squares in silver. That's a very expensive toy boat. What are we referencing here, Mr. Avery? I don't understand the reference. Are we, putting a dwarf in a tomb? I don't know where Catan died, but it's taking them forever to put this dwarf into a tomb. I mean, we are. What are you hauling? An upper front tooth? How the fuck did that tooth get so far away? Oh, it must have been put into the refuse pile. It must have been. Oh, It, right, okay. Was that remake of It any good? I never watched it. Get it? I never watched it. Wait, no, was that a different Catan? Shit, there's 2 Catans? Hold up. Yep, it's a different Catan. How many teeth did you lose, Dwarf? Because it is the same Catan. I should just open the front door, shouldn't I? That would probably speed this up. Because they're all going out to the refuse stockpile, which is, goddamn it, way too far away. Which is all the way out here. So I'm gonna just get rid of this, actually. I'm gonna build a new refuse stockpile, because I need one that's accessible. Dull when they are adults. Okay, fair enough. Just like real life. I love it when art mimics reality. I think I will build this out with like an option to just open a lever and flood the lava into here, because that'll be easy to like construct and manufacture. Because I've seen the made-for-TV It a really long time ago. All right, well, this is all getting constructed up here. That's getting constructed down there. Toy boat's getting distributed. Let's see. Oh, they haven't done it yet. It's too much storing items in tombs going on. Who doesn't love Tim Curry? Tim Curry, best video game villain all time. Let's open that front door up. Another thing that we are doing is we are in the process of building up some infinite stockpiles. One for Gabbro, one for blocks. Or one for boulders, one for blocks. And then soon, hopefully, we'll get one for gems so we can get this place cleaned up. And I think that's going to be the next little bit, is just slow constructions for extra things. Ooh, hey, tetrahedrite. Have to auto-mine that on a lower priority. Also some ore. Get all that out of here. Too many characters, not enough time. Yeah. Makes sense. Wait, I found who? Havoc? What? Oh, also, YouTube folks, don't feel too seriously about this goal. I'm just adding it because the internet has informed me that you should have super chat goals on streams because supposedly it makes the algorithm go up. What does it do when Dwarf claims it as an heirloom? Nothing, really. It's a Legends thing, not a mechanical in-game thing. More AI crap has been crammed into YouTube. It now says, get inspired with examples. There's nothing inspiring about you generating some text, YouTube. And the day you learn that, it'll be good for everybody. Can you sell heirlooms? Yep. And no, you don't get any negative thoughts from it. There's, like, a lot of rumors that you do, but, like, if that actually happens, I've literally never seen it. So, if there is actual reasons to not do that, I've never witnessed it. Well, we're trying to get all this stuff put away. Let's just follow the dwarf putting item in tomb, because I need to see this done. Taking it like an 18th tooth, awesome. Uh-oh. Snatchers. Protect the children's. Although, here's the beauty of it. We've got enough livestock in the front door. I don't think they'll get in. No. Maybe I need to war train them. All right, dwarves. Where are my military? Oh, they're my military at. We've got an axe dwarf who's wielding a hammer, not an axe, but is running directly towards these goblins and now bashing this goblin thief in the head. Thank you for the free bags there, Gob. How many bags did you bring? 1 bag? Okay, so you've only been here once before? Well, that's unfortunate. Maybe next time you'll be here more. It's the first one down. Our axe dwarf gets some much-needed training. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a goblin die. And is now chasing after another one, although they've run pretty far. But they've just collided with another problem because cat-led Golrak, aka Dishmob here, who's thirsty, by the way, has an injury on their foot, but scratches a farm. You beat up one of my dwarves. Bashes a goblin thief in the lower arm with the silver warhammer, which bruises the muscle. There goes another one, and the third one, and final one. Done, dead, dusted. Goodbye. That was weird. 2 buckets landed on the ground. Both of them had liquids in them, and then they both immediately emptied. Did they evaporate because of lava? I wonder what caused that. So what I think I'm going to do is I need, like I said, I need some way of dealing with bodies. I'm trying to like think of some way to do corpse disposal in a safe-ish way. If they can't, then I've never noticed, Ashrama. If they can't, then I have never noticed. So what I think I'm going to... Okay, here's an idea. If we go down a handful of levels. To about there. Where is this? Go over to here. And then just do this. So I can now line you up better. So what I think I'm going to do, just make a little puddle down here. And just drop stuff that we don't need down into here. I think probably is what we'll do. Because I don't need this to be doubled up. Singled up is fine.
Crypt beer.
Stonecoat, thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. Yeah, that'll be easy enough. Just do it that way. That'll be easy enough. And then I'm also just going to... this, right? Yeah, right there. Where are goblin bodies at? Oh, those are body parts, not corpses. Duh.
Snow for the snow god. Win for the winter throne.
Napalm! Thanks for the 25th month. Appreciate you, man. I hope that you've been well. And I hope that you've had a solid start to the new year. There we go. Just gotta get those goblin corpses out of here. Quicker than not. Quicker than not. It was rather fluid-filled, oh no. Rolf, thanks for checking out a gift. It's almost a hype train. Which landed on Insane Killer. Because for some reason I can't... Okay, now it popped up. That was weird. It like took a while to load that. Let's also get all these teeth out of here. You'll love to see it. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Insane Killer. I really like it, except for when you have depth indicators turned on. When you have depth indicators turned on, it shows the depth of it. But yeah, I think they do look nice if you don't have the depth indicators turned on. The second you turn the depth indicators on, they get kind of cruddy looking. There we go. Okay, we're finally getting that body out of here. Progress. Slow progress, but progress. I'm also going to go here and train up a bunch of war dogs.
Smiley face. Perfectly square.
And Frog for Hire, thanks for the 46th month. Thank you so much. Starting up that hype train. Second hype train of the day. But yeah, I really like making rivers of all kinds. Lava, water, any kind of fluids. There we go. Can now close this because the toy boat is now where it needs to be. One layer down, stuff over here is going. And this is going to go all the way up to here. The only problem is how the fuck am I going to dig through that? Hadn't really thought about it that far. I guess what I need to do is this, actually. Need to channel this down a layer. Or just go from a layer below. But let's channel it down. It'll look cooler if I do it this way. Yeah, so we'll just channel this down a layer. And then dig over to here, which I presume I still have access to. Yes. So they'll dig over here, and then I will just get them to channel this way, down into here. Ooh, no, this ain't gonna work. Bug. And it's not going to work. Okay, I thought of an alternative way to make this work. I thought of an alternative way to make this work. But instead, I have to go this way. And then I have to go up a level to up here. Dig over to here, deconstruct this, and then channel down here. That'll let this in this way through the diagonal so it won't have pressure. Then it'll go down here and flow into here. Maybe set up a way to block it?
Keep up the good work. I reference your videos all the time.
You reference my videos? In what way? But thanks for the 22nd months, dude. Just trying to think how I can do this without accidentally overflowing and flooding my fort. Because I didn't really build this with this idea in mind, but... I mean, I could just attach a new pump to it. How much spare power do I have? Why don't I fucking just do it that way? Like, that's really just the easiest way to do this. would just be to put a pump here and pump lava out of here separately. And just run it through a diagonal somewhere. Yeah, that's actually the way to do this. Yeah, that's the way to do this. Even if a dwarf just pumps it themselves, like it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we'll just do a manual pump. That'll be easy. Do I try to avoid running liquids off the map? Why would I try to avoid that? Like 6 times? Oh, okay. Well, I'm happy to. I see what you mean by referencing the videos then. Reference as in like a study reference. Onto lava on multiple floors works great. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. Oh, Tanzanites. Nifty. Speaking of, how are my snails doing? Did you ever get new gloves? Nope. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I think it's probably because we're just completely out of cloth. Fortunately, I am processing plants, just not fast enough. Thank you very much for the little hype train chat. Greatly appreciated. What kind of stone did I use for those, Riley? I don't see how there's a personal challenge in trying to avoid sending liquids off map. There's no reason to do or not do that. If anything, sending liquids off map reduces like possible liquid caused lag, which is negligible, but like I guess, 1, I don't see the challenge in that. 2, I don't see the point in that. And 3, I'm not sure why you would, I guess. Not sure why you would. Kind of a bit perplexed by the whole thing in concept. Just in general. It certainly is a start to the new year, yeah. No scope. I guess there's many things that people perceive as challenges or like restrictions that I'm just like I don't see that as, I don't see where the positive is in that, and I also don't see where the negative is in that. I just that is, yeah, that's a thing you could do. I don't know why you would. And that's kind of about how I feel about that particular question, I guess. That is a big ass fucking chunk of tetrahedrite. Holy shit. Oh. I hadn't even contemplated that. Okay, screw this. We're going to go this way. And go from this side, because I'm not going to manually do that, and I'm also not going to make DF hack do it for me. So we'll just go around this. That's fine. This is going to take a little bit to build, so we'll just do it. We'll get her done. Just trying to get a feel for how I play. I guess the types of questions that I never really know how to answer are when people say, do you try to not do something? Because my response to that is always just going to be, why? You know? It sounds like you're presuming I play a certain way, and that's always a weird question to answer. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the questions that will always stump me are questions that are phrased like that, I guess. I've played fortresses where I don't dig. You just build tree houses. But again, that's not really a challenge. It doesn't make the game harder per se. It just makes it different. I think playing the game differently does not equal challenge. I guess that's also a disconnect that I will always have. Like, people will call my videos challenges forever. I don't agree that they're challenges. It's just you're playing it's like you're building a slightly different shaped sandcastle. Is it a challenge to build a different shaped sandcastle? I don't think so. I've never thought that. It's just a different shape of sandcastle, but it's still a sandcastle. What would a challenge be? Playing a game that isn't Dwarf Fortress? Because, like, once again, this is the problem. I don't find Dwarf Fortress challenging. Caves of Cud is a challenge, sure, but Caves of Cud is like a knowledge challenge. It just requires doing it. People who are too good at Caves of Cud, there's no challenge left in Caves of Cud. I hate saying this shit because it makes me sound super stuck up, but like, I'm too good at Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress isn't challenging. Like, I can change up my playstyle to keep it interesting, but that isn't a challenge. That's just, I'm playing a different playstyle. Not digging isn't challenging. That's very easy. It's very easy to not dig. It doesn't make my survivability likelihood any more or less likely. It's just simply a very different way of playing the game. Or a scenario. But it's not a challenge. I think the word challenge is very prevalent in these types of games because that's how YouTubers promote videos. And as a YouTuber, I probably should be calling everything a challenge, but I don't see the challenge in just not doing something. Are there tougher or easier forts then? It depends on how willing you are to be bored shitless. Like, to me, like, many people will point at just like untamed wilds or terrifying biomes as hard. No, you just have to dig underground quickly. There's short forts, which don't last as long because you set it up for failure, which is fun, but that doesn't necessarily make it hard. It's just you're setting your fort up for failure. Like, as an example, if I were to build a fortress in Untamed Wilds, only build above ground, and not use traps, that fort's not going to live very long. And that would be fun. But is it necessarily hard? Not really. If you're building on the quote, hardest, evilest, worst haunted biome, the trick to that is just get underground. It's marketing for YouTube videos is what it is. But it doesn't necessarily make the game more of a personal challenge. Challenge in this case is rules that restrict you. I guess it's just a very different concept of the definition of the word. But in my experience, challenge has always been, how do we do one of two things? Make the game less fun, which is kind of like what people like ambiguous. So, okay. There are many entertainers out there who intentionally make games less fun for the sake of entertaining an audience. I don't think that's a good way to promote a video game, personally. I think it's a good way to look back at old games, like what Ambiguous Amphibian does with like The Sims, where he's just like, I'm gonna play this game completely wrong, but make it work anyways, in a way that would be horrifically unfun to actually play, and he even talks about that on his streams, where it's like it's not fun to play, but it makes for good videos. So there's that. But what you need to realize is like that is entertainment, not a good way to play a game. But those are referred to as challenges, because the challenge of it is it's not fun to play. I could make Dwarf Fortress not fun to play, but because I'm live streaming first, if I'm not having fun, I feel that makes my streams worse. I think YouTube view, I don't think it's they want them to suffer. I think they want entertainment. And
15 months went by fast.
Dramatized struggle equals good entertainment. Right? Like, to give you an idea, the Ghost video I uploaded the other day, that form was fun as fuck to play. Because I went into that fortress saying, everybody's going to die, everybody's going to tantrum. And it's going to be fun, right? Do I talk about not liking it? I don't generally do, quote, challenges that make the game less fun. Drunk Jenga is the only way to play Jenga. What are you talking about? Like, literally, that is the only way. If you're playing Jenga any other way, you're just like some sort of casual Jenga player who doesn't know the meaning of true Jenga. What are you, some Jenga noob? I don't even know what I'm saying. Is there actually a failed state game over screen in Fortress mode? I mean, sort of. If everybody dies, if every dwarf is dead, it prompts you to save the game. But that's not really a game over. It's more like to be continued. It's like a to be continued sequence at the end of a cartoon. Okay, that's not true. I did play Jenga not in a bar type setting as a kid. I would count that as playing Jenga. Because, you know, I wasn't legal drinking age. But Too Tall Dad, what's up? 15 months does go by really quick, doesn't it? It's wild. Speaking of wild, Mayor's happy now with office and dining room. How about bedroom? How about bedroom? What? You have 2 studies assigned? Oh, right, duh. So I was letting him talk to the vampire. This other one, quarters. How about, because this is the mayor's bedroom, we dig through this, and I dig through this, and I give them windows made of gems. When I get bored of the one I'm playing. Or when I need to because of an update. Insane Killer. There isn't really any logic to it. There is no, like, set lifespan for me anyway with Worlds. It's a when I get tired of the one that I'm playing. I can't export statues, which is like the funniest thing ever to me. It's like, no exporting statues. It's like, okay, well, I'll build statues then. Fine. If it's fucking twist my arm, why don't you? I've got automated statues being made out of stone because my mayor wants me to make statues. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I had a mayor that wanted me to make statues, and I'm here for it. So we've just got mushroom statues that I'm just slowly putting everywhere. Because I've got so many friggin' statues. It's a pretty great demand. I'm not going to complain about it. click on the magnifying glass next to the job in the management screen or in the workshop screen to direct the type of statues that they make. Yes, you can. Okay, kitty cats, why? Oh, I see why. So for some reason, my giant cheetahs murder my traders when they arrive. I don't know why, so I've got them just defending the cavern entrance back here. I don't know why I'm surprised by this, but man, cheetahs move quickly when they feel like it. Put them outside under my front door. Not troll statues under the bridge. The War of China. Well, the thing is, I'm convinced it's because they're from, like, a different faction. Like, there's got to be some sort of faction conflict going on there. Which, I don't know, I'm here for it. I think it's funny, but...
57 is a bigger number than 56.
True. Fact. Pilot Guy, thanks for the 57th month. I've said thank you to you 57 times at least. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you so very much for keeping that subscription alive. It really does mean a lot. Am I out of wood? I very well may be. Guess I'm not. Actually, yeah, I don't know. So this is a giant boulder stockpile, which is all just getting put into this, which I'm using to clean up boulders. Mostly down here. Okay, so these are all... Screw it. Let's just get these boulders removed ASAP. What do we have here? 3 wheelbarrows. Remove those. Everybody haul boulders. Let's get all these boulders moved. I got a lot of them. Let's get all these goddamn boulders moved. There's going to be a lot of store item in stockpile in a minute. What is happening in the realm of the dwarf? I'm trying to make a lava body disposal unit. There's a bunch of other things I should probably be focusing on. Moods are getting kind of bad. I need to work on moods. I got a lot of dwarves that are kind of just generally upset. We had some pretty traumatic events. I'm trying to increase the value of things. Am I making meals? I don't think I am. Hold on. Let me check that. I'm not making meals. We should be making meals. I think I have a temple. I have a library. Probably should make some guild halls. Just chilling, mostly. Trying to, like, remember what I was doing. What about yourself, Pilot? How's your new year been so far? Let's do 50 lavish meals. Sure. Except I need to go into labor, kitchen. Let's just make sure I'm not cooking things I don't want to be cooking. Please quit brewing those. Please don't cook those. Don't cook my booze. Can cook the leaves. Can cook all these seeds. I'm gonna keep the strawberry seeds because I think I can make a greenhouse up here that'll allow me to plant strawberries because there is cranberries and stuff on the surface up here, so I'll keep the strawberry seeds around. Actually, fuck it. I should cook those right now. We'll get more later probably. All right, and then I need to make a kitchen. Going to do pro level simulator training? Cool. Those like massive pro level flight sims are just pretty awesome. Like it's, you know, flight stuff is not my scene at all, but Just the tech behind that stuff is so fucking cool. There we go. Okay, I don't know why I'm suddenly getting spider silk thread again, but we are, so that's good. Clothing industry seems to be working a little better. It's like small cloth glove is just not working. Let's get those done though. Greenhouses work. If you remove a flooring, if you remove like the earth level and let light shine down and then, or just build flooring one layer beneath where you've constructed, yes, greenhouses will work. But only if like that biome or that map is growable, right? So only if you can grow that material there. Okay. It's a bit cheesy though. Well, to me it's cheesy if you do the, oh, I'm just going to grow stuff one layer beneath with floor constructed above it. That's cheesy. To me, if you open up the surface and let sun shine down and then put glass over it, that's not cheesy. That's cool. I'm all right with that. So what are my military even using gear-wise? Okay, so they need breastplates and they need greaves. So let's just do copper breastplate and copper greaves. Let's do 30 and 30 because I got tons of copper lying around. And let's do copper bracelets and copper rings. Let's do that. Let's just do 40 of each. And tetrahedrite will smelt. I don't think I have another order for that. No, I don't. And I'll just say if amount of tetrahedrite ore is greater than... It's greater than 15. Smelt 10. Let's get tetrahedrite ore smelting. Okay, so a lot of dwarves are just hauling stuff. They should just be hauling boulders. You're making green glass. What are we storing? Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Are my... Okay, hold on a second. I'm starting to think that my giant cheetahs are hostile. Because there's something happening, which is weird. Oh! Kintako's been found dead, completely drained of blood. Maybe that's what was happening. I guess we let the vampire out, hey? No! No, we didn't. We have a second vampire. Oh, man. Damn, dude. Well, that's exciting. Huh. All right, well, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna add some dwarves to the military, I think, is what I'm going to do. Because I clearly need them. Basically, everybody wants excitement or martial training of some sort. So might as well just fill up the military. Darius doesn't seem to really like being in the military. Let's retire you. Let's put Van Gorgon into the military. You just want to be extravagant, okay. So now the question is, they just found it dead. No witnesses. Fascinating. So what I could do is I could go around the edges of all these and and put windows in all the bedrooms. And then if there's a dwarf sitting in here, they'll witness the murder. So my question to you, chat, is do we do it this way? Or do we try and sleuth it? What do you think? Because this would be a way to catch them in the act. You've got the glass for it and you've already sleuthed out one. I've got the gems for it too. I mean, we can always replace these, but these would be an immediate solution. These would be an immediate solution. So let's just throw in the immediate solution right now, and then I will get glass windows up and running and start giving dwarves glass windows. Is what I think we'll do. But not all of these will have people in them at all times, so it's not going to be like a one-click solution, right? And the underground ones will have some semblance of privacy, I guess. Unless I put grates in, which I could do. Lanix!
Crypt undulates, morning blind. Howdy chat. Happy New Year. How goes fording?
Fording's going pretty good. I don't know if you saw it, but your dwarf was unceremoniously offed in a video publicly, so hopefully you're okay with this. So much for ruling the world, I guess. But I hope that you had a solid New Year's. You would never have 0 kills. I love the 0 kills thing. Like that's one of my favorite weird anomalies in this version of the game. Because, yeah, not all of these are meeting zones. Some of them are, though. The ones that are will get dealt with quicker. This I also need to get rid of. But we've got a second vampire. 2 vampires. Although, let's start by interrogating the current vampire. Alrighty, Dominoc. Get to it. I'm also going to continue appointing more squaddies. Yeah, it's this that something's happening. This area specifically. What the fuck is this? What is going on right here? It's literally this stairway. There's nothing above. Is it the guilds? I mean, I don't really have a guild, but something is putting them into, well, I mean, what guilds would cause combat? There's nobody in them. But there's something fucky going on in this one spot. There's something weird going on. Like, I could get rid of the barracks. It's not that. I mean, it's a hallway, not a stairway, but. Certainly something weird happening right there. I don't know. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why, Fishbone, this one hallway is causing all dwarves who walk through it to be vengeful when joining in an existing conflict. I think, okay, I'm going to test something. I'm going to test something. Because that is really bad for moods. Like, real bad. Yeah, giant cheetahs is like the only logical solution. But if they're causing it, I need to remove them. They are all fully tame. They came from an adventurer. Outraged considering the scarcity of cages. Well, I can fix that. Okay, well, it wasn't you. I could just, interrogate every unremarkable legendary dwarf. Vampire cheetah? Eh? You're probably just a legendary miner, though. Do you have any, odd peasants? Or dwarves that are, weirdly pissed off for some reason? Why are you so upset, Jasper? Jasper really doesn't seem to like being head of the military. Let's just let Mini Monster take over for a bit. I think I may have just stumbled on it, actually. Hold on. Oh, your name was Godin. You saw somebody else's dead body. Did you see Godin's dead body? You do want to practice some martial art, though. I just don't see anything here. About drinking. It's weird. Weird, weird, weird. Let's just see what we get. Yeah, it's gotta be... I've gotta just slaughter these giant cheetahs. It's so weird, man. Yeah, okay. It's the cheetahs. Let's slaughter every single one that isn't named. He says that, but then he's gonna war train. See what happens if I war train them. Maybe that'll fix it. I don't know. I'm being hopeful here. It may also, you know, cause problems. That weird dwarf. High master comedian and professional persuader. Also, it's literally just the captain of the guard who does this. Oh, no, not just the captain of the guard. Weren't we, like, suspecting the captain of the guard was the one committing the crimes originally? And then we're like, nah, that can't be the case. I don't know, man. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try something. Bim, who was your wife again? It's Onal, the woodcrafter. I'm gonna get Onal to interrogate Bim once Bim is done interrogating all these people. Also, there's an ad break in progress. Hold up. I'm gonna go check something. I'll be right back. Why their captain of the guard kept beating convicted people to death and found out the dwarf was just a sadist? No, they do that if they're too strong. Because all they do is they punch, right? But if the dude's really strong, they can sometimes just, like, punch them so hard in the head, their head explodes. So most likely it's got, like, the sadist helps them not get upset. But generally what that means is they're just, you know, they're just too strong. They're too good at their job, basically. So they get a beating for, like, minor crimes. Essentially. Also, chat, I have a question. Have we ever seen this captain of the guard go to sleep? I don't believe we have. You can get cursed by not a altar, by knocking over any furniture in a temple, or by rolling dice in adventure mode. No witnesses. Well then, man. Quit dwelling upon it. I've already dealt with it. Well, I know it's not you. Adequately hammered dwarf. Although this dwarf's trying to go to sleep, which is funny. No new information was revealed. Probably not a vampire. They have where does he have euphoric? I don't see it. You know, it's funny. There's one element where I missed the old screen. It used to condent a lot. It used to just give like a brick, and I find it easier to read still than this. Oh yeah, I know he is euphoric due to inebriation. Does he feel anything about his bedroom? Because I've always had I have tavern keepers, right? So he could have just been fed a beverage, which makes the game harder for me in that way. Yeah, I don't see anything about his bedroom. But he does hang out in the tavern a lot. Meaning, because he hangs out in the tavern a lot, he's probably been fed drinks. So, that's possible, but I don't know. He's also not drinking that often. Okay, he's got one pretty recently, but it's after hanging out in the tavern for quite a bit. And I've always had tavern keepers. So, that doesn't actually mean that much in this fort, but that's kind of by design. There's just enough weird things about him. How many do we still have scheduled? Okay, you know what? After he's done with this one, I'm going to appoint his wife as the captain of the guard. And maybe we'll make him into the dungeon master. I think that's what we'll do. But it's the fact that he's reliving trauma. That's weird. And also that he's feeling vengeful when around the cheetahs, which is also weird. Don't think about the truth, whatever that is. Just say what needs to be said. Uh-huh. Okay, so let's go into nobles and find Onal. I think that's his wife. So his wife is now the captain of the guard. And we'll make him into the dungeon. Well, let's make him into the hammerer. Dungeon master. Also, I have Ficod's an adequate schemer. Well, we should interrogate Ficod. Okay, hold on a second. It's one of those menus that still needs a search bar. One day. One day. Okay, so now we'll just go do Captain of the Guard things. Let's also take a peek at FICOD. Probably not you. Probably not you. Slept in a good bedroom. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I've made many Captain of the Guards in their own squads, right? And I've assigned them to use many weapons. And it doesn't matter what weapon I assign to them. They just punch whoever when they're given a beating. I've never, like in the current version of the game, I've not once actually seen a Captain of the Guard use a weapon that I assigned to them. Not once. People always say it, and they always reference it. If you look at the combat logs, they just punch them. No matter what you assign. So if you put them in a squad, they're training, they're getting stronger. It doesn't matter how blunt the weapon is or useless the weapon is. They just punch them in the head. There you go. I need to interrogate him. Like, YouTube, you can keep pointing out facts that it's probably not this guy. I need to know that it's not him. That's all it is. I need to know that it's not that dwarf. I need to know. If it's not actually him, then that's okay. But I need to know. You know, it's like doing your due diligence kind of deal. Like, it's probably not this person either. It's definitely not. But I need to know. Sure, Stonecoat. Sure. But yeah, no, I gotta... Probably what's gonna end up happening is Onal here is just gonna join, like, the squads. Has every gadget imaginable uses his fist? I mean, I don't know anything about Batman, to be honest with you. There we go, getting all this stuff hauled out. Guess what I should probably do actually is just mine through that. Just dig through that so that they can get in and out of here quicker. Because that's probably quicker. It's probably not any different actually, but... hauling all those boulders. So you're sleeping. It's fascinating, man. Tis fascinating. So I really want to just keep an eye on all these bedrooms. Yeah, no, those cheetahs are getting slaughtered and, like, repastured, so... Well, they're going to get slaughtered once they get to that task. I mean... You know, screw it. I'm just gonna get rid of this. I just want things to be more productive here. I wonder if using make own on the cheetahs would fix it. Cybrek the Carpenter is giving birth to a baby boy. Welcome to the fortress, Cybrek. Also, telling Artho, you redeemed a dwarf and I completely missed it. You wanted a kid. Do you know which one you want? One of the ones named Nil? Happy New Year to Justin in YouTube chat. Thanks for the super chat. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the $5 super chat here in the YouTube chat? Which, for some reason, is running really slowly. One of the nils. Well, do you want this nil? Do you want this nil? There's two nils. They're both, like, equally upset. One's a boy, one's a lady. One's younger, one's older. Do you have a particular nil you would like? But if there's no preference, then I'll give you the younger one. Well, this one's a boy, and the other one's a girl. Being unable to find somebody in charge to yell at. Oh, that's not good. You're 1 year old. Your mom is Toasted, who's dead, and your dad is Aiden. Which means you're clearly a future superhero. He lives at an utterly languid pace of leisurely living. And he is very greedy. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He tends to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. And he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. He likes diorite platinum and white opal, glumprong wood, and floater leather. Also, the total number of super depressed dwarves have gone down. That number was up to 30 for a bit. He likes ottermen for their fluffy faces, words of the Umber Mountain, and the sight of the copper iron, and when possible prefers to consume grimeling. I know I've said this before, but what the fuck actually is a grimeling? They're like a evil biome, like, vermin, aren't they? Grimelings, char, and swamp whiskey, and prefers, and tomatillo seeds, and hates blood gnats. I actually had some tomatillos recently as part of a salsa that I made. It was tasty. He is slightly protruding aquamarine eyes are wide set. He has a broad chin and a somewhat tall head. His uncle lives in the fort, his mom's dead, and his dad is a miner in the fortress. And, he seems to have had better days, I'll put it that way. Welcome to the fortress, kiddo. Gorge granite. Why you store item in stockpile? Oh, mug probably? Yeah, there you go. Oh, this is interesting. 18 children, holy shit. Well, I have a question. Why are you asking about the size of them specifically, Plutorino? Everything I do is stylistic. A bedroom just needs to be big enough for a bed, a coffer, and a cabinet to work properly. Anything bigger than that just makes dwarves happier. So the bigger the bedroom, the happier the dwarf. But everything I do is stylistic. Nothing has, like, outside of, like, the basic mechanical necessities, nothing has, like, a mechanical need. Everything is stylistic. I just want to make things that I like looking at. Nothing new. Okay. Interrogator's learning. Bigger bedroom equal dwarf happier in bigger bedroom. Higher value is what bigger bedrooms do. Like, you can make them whatever size you want, but everything I do in Dwarf Fortress is because I like the way it looks. But I have a question. Would you rather have a bedroom that's big enough for a bed and a container for your stuff? Or would you rather have a bedroom that you can stand up and do jumping jacks in? I'd prefer a bedroom that I can do jumping jacks in, but that's just me. There's a point where it's too big, where it's just like, well, now it's too far for me to walk and I can hear an echo. That's a bit too big. But I think most people want a bedroom that's big enough that you can move around a little bit. Room for activities, exactly, Avery. Happy to help. Minols, 2 in YouTube chat. Are all of them opening into dining halls? The ones that have tables in them, yeah. It's actually just a really bad, she's actually just a really bad interrogator. She's getting better, though. She's not terrible. She's not great. Dim Dim Doo. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Hey, it's the most I can reasonably ask for. Dim Dim. So thank you. Well, you complied. It's not you. Did you interrogate Dominic? Nope. There you go. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime sub? It would be greatly appreciated. What's the difference between magma workshops and the regular workshops? So regular workshops require fuel to operate all the time. Magma workshops have fuel provided by magma. Basically, magma workshops don't require fuel to operate. Regular workshops require fuel to operate, so either coal or charcoal. Or coke, which is coal, but, you know. I'm also checking how my video is doing. It's doing all right. By the way, the ghost video had a very solid first, like, 24 hours. So, fingers crossed. Here's to the next 24. Let's hope it keeps going and keeps rolling. Because I need a video to do well out of the gate. The last one that did well out of the gate was Cog's 10-year story, so. That's all good. Doesn't really matter how you watch. If you've been watching, you're not that new. New here are the people who tune in and go, hey, you should try making YouTube videos about this game. That would be new here. I'd be like, oh, I mean, it's okay. So, like, you just ended up here out of random. Subject was cagey and refused to comply. Honey, we're trying to clear your name, Dominic. Don't make me lock the two of you into your Bedroom. Aroused after talking with spouse, satisfied upon improving intrigue. Satisfied improving judge of intent. Although, you know, honestly, interrogating each other might not be a bad way to train. Okay, so he is not, in fact, the vampire. That's good. Which means now I can make him back into the... You know what, honestly, let's just do this. Just keep interrogating each other. Let's just lock the story even. Lock them in the room together and just get them to interrogate each other for a bit. It's really funny because I don't really think of them as storytelling, but it's cool that they are received like that. Dwarf Fortress is like playing D&D with yourself. And it doesn't matter which mode you're playing. It's always like that. It is a true sandbox that is very gameable, contortable, breakable. Damn! I cannot remember the last time I saw that mood. He was proud after viewing point-cut amethysts in a museum, which is on the pedestal. That's nifty. Huh. Punching is... The damage dealt with punching is the dwarf's strength combined with fighting, and accuracy is, I think, striking, isn't it? No, accuracy is punching, damage is striking and strength, and fighting is just increases everything, but I could also be very wrong. Where's my cloth? Because we need mittens, apparently. Yeah, I'm not making mittens. Let's say cloth mittens. I also started farming in the basement and never actually did anything with that. Yeah, no, we've been running into various clothing problems since I started this fort, but that's fine. We'll catch up. Learning about who is teaching waxworking? Damn. I like how she's very rusty at lying. Okay. Well, let's swap their jobs back. That or... You know what? Let's just keep him like this. We'll keep him as the hammerer. And we'll keep her as the captain of the guard, I think, is what we'll do. After being attacked. What were you attacked by? What are you legendary at? Probably not you. Wouldn't it be funny if it was Telenartho's dad? Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny? Good cop, bad cop roleplay. I mean, I'm just making a family of cops. It's kind of what we're doing. They just need to start having kids. I'm also just gonna fly down a few layers here real quick. Need to go down to layer -9. Because this is all just gonna be pigtails. Oopsies. Which is right here. Hey chat, remind me in like 3 minutes to make this into a farm. Yeah? Can you do that? Your tab just crashed. That's what my YouTube chat currently says. Well, now I can see YouTube chat again. Apparently YouTube chat's having like problems in Firefox. Just a heads up. So if I like stop responding to YouTube for a little bit, it might have crashed. I don't know. Like the other, I want to say it was Thursday, or maybe it was Christmas. One of the days, like I thought YouTube chat just didn't move for an hour, and then I moved to a different tab, and it had been. It was just like not working. So certainly seems that way, Elfie. Certainly seems that way. Also, basically everybody wants to practice a martial arts, so that's cool. But my vampire is going to get released very soon. I mean, how much time does he have? 24 days in prison. Surely on yeah, everybody suspects malice. And you know what? Honestly, I don't blame him. I don't blame him for causing problems on Firefox. Firefox is their biggest competition, after all. It's not going to stop me from using it. So ads just hit, so it's plus. While I update and make my YouTube chat function. Yeah, no, all of YouTube Jesus. Like the entire tab crashed. Both browsers. Or not both browsers, but both instances of my browser, because I had a pop-out chat plus a... Huh. Speaking of null, so the other day I ordered a pizza, okay? Because I had a free pizza from Domino's, and I'm moving away from the Domino's pretty soon. So I went and I got that free pizza. And I don't even know how I did it, but I managed to log in as null, and Domino's Pizza asked me if I was null, and said that if I'm not null, I should log out. I'm still logged in as null. And I would show it, but it shows my, like the address that I'm logged into, so I'm not going to do that. I don't want to directly dox myself on the internet. I find this very funny. You love databases? Yeah, I don't. What happened was I tried to grab a coupon from my email, and opening up the email link logged me in as null and logged me out of my main account and broke the order tracking. But I'm still logged in as null. And when I went down, I picked up my order from it, and the name on their screen was null. And I'm just like, huh. Domino's has unexisted my humanity, I suppose. Anyway. Programming issues, you think? No witnesses. No, I mean, okay, it is not in fact Telenartho's dad. Kind of figured that, but... Major injury. We're gonna have to sleuth this out. That's what we're gonna have to do. Been having that issue with ATT2, trying to unlock an LTE tablet. I got from a New Year's back where ATT cell service, the request number kept giving you started with null. Huh. Happy New Year, Kidranos. That's funny. 3-minute farm reminder. Yep. I should also hotkey that layer. Let's just do right here as F2. I just need this to go away. Well, actually, there's... Okay. We'll just do it this way then. So I can't go that way anyway, so we'll just do it there. Still no witnesses. Nope, that was the last one. But you got hungry. Oh, you're gonna grab a goose egg roast? You know, that it feels like somebody's insulting somebody's food. It's like, it's a goose egg roast. It's got a 0 out of 10. It's a goose egg, man. Let's also check on this. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to go up to this and just get rid of this for right now. I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to make a garbage dump right there. I'm going to successfully click the garbage dump button and put a garbage dump there. I'm going to go all the way down to here. And I'm going to set all of this to be dumped. Down there. And all the way across here. That won't be that many jobs. It'll all get stuck right here. They should get to that pretty quickly. How do you even roast a goose egg? Okay, so... Chat, you know what a quiche is, right? Could you hypothetically roast a quiche? Hypothetically. Well, I think like a quiche is baked, but I feel like you could probably... I'm just gonna interrogate anybody who's legendary. I feel like you could probably find the equivalent of roasting a quiche. Also, have I interrogated the mayor? I don't believe I have. At least not today. Maybe I have in the past. I mean, that doesn't mean that I'm necessarily going to throw you into prison forever. Okay, so Icar was the first death. That's not the right body to have seen. This is a weird dwarf, too. Lots of very dour dwarves. And usually, being a murderer causes dwarves to be pretty dour. Well, the captain of the guard can't arrest the captain of the guard, Laya. Most baking is roasting, yes? Okay, well then that's a roasted egg. It's egg in a pastry. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the departure of Sentak from the position of expedition leader of the Firefrost in the early summer of 306. Also, something that's worth watching, and one way that I caught a vampire once, was by literally watching them tell stories. And a dwarf told this story of how a dwarf named so-and-so, the dwarf vampire so-and-so killed the dwarf so-and-so in my fort. And I interviewed the dwarf that was supposedly the dwarf vampire, and it was in fact a vampire. So, worth noting. I don't know how to say your name, S-A-D-C-H. Thank you very much for the $10. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. A couple biddies at a time. Apparently we now know a few facts about cheetah training. Giant cheetah training, specifically. I misjudged your character, but it's probably not you. It's probably not you, but, you know. Off to go interrogate Q and green tea. I know you don't have one on hand, but hypothetically, could you march everyone past the undead and see who isn't scared? Are vampires scared of undead? I don't think that's true. I'm not sure why that would be helpful, I guess. I mean, you want to know the easiest way to find a vampire? Lock every single dwarf in one room, and the last one to get thirsty is the vampire. Literally, that is the fastest way to find a vampire. Because they won't get thirsty. So lock everybody in a room without alcohol. I don't want to do that because it's no fun. Or just lock everybody in the tavern and, like, wait for somebody to get eaten. Okay, so we've got a Leatherworks. I didn't actually know that I had a Leatherworks. That's 71 tanned hides. Let's do 50 leather gloves. Mittens, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Well, I mean, if they do your username instant killer, then everybody witnesses it. It's not this dwarf, is it? Nope. Never mind. It's also not you. Whoever it is, they're not super interested in eating consistently, though. Here's the thing. Okay, some things operate some ways in adventure mode that don't operate that way in fortress mode. As an example, all undead are neutral to you in adventure mode. That is not true in fortress mode, if you are a necromancer. All undead are not, like, undead zombies who are hostile to your faction will absolutely kill a necromancer if they see it in fortress mode. In adventure mode, no. In fortress mode, yes. So rules and ideas that you get from adventure mode do not necessarily apply to fortress mode. A lot of them do, not all of them. Okay, we're gonna go interrogate the mayor now. Let's see. Satisfied at work. Learned about dodging. Wants to practice a martial art. Yeah, I don't know. Fath the leatherworker has created Ked Akir, a bulky giant cheetah leather high boot. Okay, hold on. I will look at that in a second. I'm actually just going to lock this door. Got into an argument. Interrogator must have misjudged the subject's character. Hold on a second. I'm just going to set up that artifact to be placed on display out here. We'll come back to that later because I want to do this right now. I do think it's funny that it's just like got into an argument. It's like, well, that checks out, I guess. Yep, failed twice. Let's keep interrogating Butch. Had an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. So they had an intellectual discussion this time. Let's see if that went better. Complied. No new information was revealed. Mayor is not, in fact, the vampire. Mayor is not, in fact, a vampire. Fascinating. Well, let's chill out until something else happens. This is a blocky cheetah leather high boot. All craftsdwarf is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of giant cheetah leather. On the item is an image of a thick crescent in giant cheetah leather. On the item is an image of oaks in giant cheetah leather. Well, we're about to have two vampires present, so that'll be fun. Because I think this one's about to get released from prison. I mean, when's your sentence up? 2 days. So the 4th? Ay, ay. Thick crescent? Crescent with a C? I've just got shit tons of goat cheese everywhere. Delicious. Meals? Meals galore? Also delicious. Making cheetah fat? Bunch of bloody cheetahs, let me tell you. Okay, so this... all ready to go. So let's get this pumped. Operate pump is going to be done by Zasset. I'm just very suspect of all of my dwarves right now. Like, this dwarf's also kind of suspect. Oh, no, you're euphoric due to inebriation. You're probably fine. But you did see somebody's dead body, but you didn't see them die. That's usually the giveaway, is if you see them die. Let's just wait for this to hit basically that. And then we'll call it. Can you link it? I'd love to see that. Ice Blue. Wow, I like Suited Draft beat you to it. Oh, that's the that's Goblin Art's piece that he drew. Yeah. Painter Ninja is Goblin Art's account. Yeah, he's allowed to do whatever he wants with his artwork. Yep. Kib the Surgeon has been found completely drained of blood, and so is the Warthog Man. I wonder who did that. I wonder. All right, so Kib and the Warthog Man Clother Bane were both found dead. But our vampire is now free. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all miners except for my one vampire. I'm going to manufacture a great escape. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get this vampire to go dig somewhere and hide. Be on his own for a little bit. So you are now my only miner. There, Dwarf. The vampire is going to become the guardian of the artifacts. Once he decides to go pull that lever. But first he's going to go socialize a whole bunch. Let's see if I can even get him to do it. He's so starved for socialization. May not want to do it. Yeah, he ate 2. 0 kill, you know? He's aroused after watching a performance. I may have to burrow him somewhere. Okay, let's burrow him. I got locked up for being a vampire. Yeah, right? It's just sitting there and checking in with all these longtime friends. Discussed my problems with an acquaintance, and that was satisfying. Was it now? Was it? Another thing I could do is I could actually interrogate him. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, right, I see. Because that'll break him out of sitting here and listening to poetry. So would this mean that the captain of the guard is in on it? Chat? If they interview him and he admits it, that would mean that the captain of the guard is in on it. Like vampire sympathizers, maybe. Like, oh no, let's read your description a little bit. She is utterly fearless when confronted with danger to the point of lacking common sense. All right. She is incurious and never seeks to out knowledge or information to satisfy herself. She has strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. And she is stubborn. She lacks confidence in her abilities, and she is sometimes cruel after somebody's death in 305. She prefers to present herself modestly, tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, is quite polite, tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She dreams of raising a family, believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have, doesn't respect a society that's settled into harmony without debate and strife. Hmm. Interesting. This is Keen Cook's lover. You're one of the starting 7, so it can't be you. So I would have seen you get cursed. That's intriguing. Very intriguing. Also, am I out of tombs? I think I might be. No, I've still got a few left. Huh. You're starting to think there might be more than 2? I like this. This is fun. I'm having a great time. Huh. She didn't even successfully interrogate him. So she didn't successfully interrogate the vampire. So I need to set him to be interrogated again. In fact, let's just interrogate him in the case of all of these. Meanwhile, a forgotten beast has come. Named Slospka Edzumozo Kutsmob Tuksu, a gigantic humanoid composed of snow. It has a shell and it squirms and fidgets. It's a snowman, chat. I mean, we are Winterthrone, aren't we? So I guess that's like checked out. Frosty the Snow Beast was forgotten because he's weak. Oh, and he's also in the lair with the murder monster that will insta-give everything, and is stuck in a tree. So it's about as unthreatening as you could possibly be. It's also very consistently eating my militia. That's weird. How cool is that? Pretty chill. Pretty chill. Although I've got this dwarf reporting a crime right now. Well, we'll interrogate you. All right, what was your name? No, you saw Okay, it is Cybrek. Wow, lots of people found the body. Was I able to successfully interrogate you? Well, that went through. It's wild, man. Teenage abominable mutant. That's a very old teenager. I didn't even look at its age, but I guarantee you it's a pretty old teenager then. Does that mean the ritual is complete? It means I need to make more tombs, but sure. That sounds way cooler than that sounds way cooler than my answer, so we'll go with that. Sup, orc with a bow, you're still dead. I hope you're doing well, though. I've got a bit of a vampire problem in this fortress. Bioactive. What kind of dwarf would you like? A happy kid. Do I have any of those? Let's see. I do have some happy kids. Do you want a beard or no beard? Boy or girl would be the question. Because I got two. They're both behind my camera, but here. Just gotta wait for the ads to clear. We're looking for a killer. I'm looking for a vampire. That may or may not be a killer and may or may not have eaten several of my dwarfs. And like I've said, there are many ways that I could do this quicker. I just kind of don't care to. But Happy New Year and hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. It's been a decent New Year so far. Video I uploaded is doing pretty well in its first 24 hours. So happy about that. Urist? You'd like Urist. This one? FunkNDA, thank you very much for the 14th month. And New Year happy. Appreciate you. Vampire whodunit, it's more fun. Certainly more interesting. He is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place. He disdains being caught. He disdains even the best advice from associates and family, relying strictly on his own counsel. Should probably turn that pump off, hey? Relying strictly on his own... No, I did. I should probably go check the pump. Anyway, he is rarely jealous. He is grounded in reality. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. He does not find most jokes humorous, and he is rarely moved by curiosity. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is often nervous, and he is slow to anger. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he can handle stress. He has a greedy streak, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and then. and obviously needs alcohol. He personally disregards tradition, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and sees war as a useful means to an end. He likes lead, aquamarine, and giant mountain goat hoof. His mom and dad are Tun and Ishtan, and he has a younger brother who's running around the fort, and he's 10 years old. And I have the hiccups, help. He could do without all those creatures on that tangled greenery, though. Welcome to the fort. This guy's sus? What's sus about him? Are you saying I'm sus? Yeah, I'm very sus. That's noted fact about me. I saw a dwarf recite the liberties and phlegms at the Gilded Mushrooms. I feel some delight about phlegm. You could say some of these dwarves are draining to be around. I feel like that's a lot of people. Ah. So that went through correctly. Subject confessed to multiple crimes. No new information was revealed. Well, that's funny. Okay, so he's confessed to multiple crimes. But he's going to go dig. And she's going to go get lunch. So while she's getting lunch, he's going to go dig. Watch the Alien movies for the first time. Love 1 to 3, Resurrection, Prometheus is okay. Prometheus isn't an alien movie, but it's a good sci-fi movie. Oh, nope, don't do that. I need to remove you from this. So as he's up there digging, someone's going to come pull this lever. Right. Get rid of this. Get it! Be gone! Well, what do we do with Endok, chat? I haven't seen you since last year. This is true, Animal. How you been, dude? You think she's trying to be a thief? I don't think so, because I was gaming a, what do you call it? I was gimmicking a guild hall in here. So this was considered a guild hall up until a second ago, so I think she was just going to go stand in the guild hall. All right. So I can get rid of this burrow, and he lives back here now. Which also means I can reassign more miners again. Except for you, because you're way too slow at it. So now that he's there, do I convict him? You got Project Zomboid? Ah! Interrogate my captains. Just kind of interrogating random people at this point. This mystery has you hooked? It's kind of got me hooked, too, to the point where I'm doing a bad job reading chat, I think. Let's go interrogate one of my militia captains. Let's also Update my squad's stuff. You quit using a pickaxe. Some migrants have arrived. Welcome to the fort, Dwarfs. They brought a bunny. Curses. More possible. More migrant vampires. It is possible. Not guaranteed, but it is possible. Also going to go up into here because I have... Okay, fine, game, if you insist. It's rude. Vampires have not had blue skin in about a year. That was a bug. Vampires are supposed to hide. Vampires aren't even blue. They're actually red. But vampires are supposed to look exactly like normal dwarves until discovered as vampires. That was a bug. But because vampires are pretty rare, some worlds have a lot of them and some don't have any of them. The developers did not find the bug in testing. And we informed them of it here live on stream. And then they fixed it like within a week. So, yeah. Otherwise, yes, they are noticed immediately. Giant humanoid monster with 2 heads, the Etten Ethithi Lolkavir has come. Who's all the way the hell down here. Has a child. An only son. Blossomed Knights. I'm just going to tell my squads to go get clothing. Can it even get up to me? I presume it can. Yeah, it's coming straight up. That's pretty dope, man. I love this glacier. This thing is so cool. Just about any entity in Dwarf Fortress is capable of love. So I've got a swords dwarf who's running up here with a hammer directly towards the creature and begins bashing it. Any bets on who wins here, chat, and how many deaths I get, if any? The swords dwarf bashes the Etten in the upper body with a silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung. The Etten is having trouble breathing. The Etten misses the swords dwarf, but the Etten looks sick. Swords dwarf bashes the Etten in the hand with the silver warhammer, fracturing the bone. The fighting continues. Dwarf is chasing the Etten up the cliff. Probably getting the occasional hit in. I'm not seeing any blood, but it is sick. Dwarf is doing a pretty solid job. Now is a competent hammer dwarf. Solid way to train, I gotta say. The creature cannot breathe, is winded and exhausted. Is just missing the hammer dwarf repeatedly. And the dwarf appears to have killed it. Killed it by hitting it in the upper body, which bruised the lungs. So basically bruised its lungs to the point where it couldn't breathe. I'm gonna call you 2 heads. Speaking of, Dwarf doesn't like anything. What a dour weirdo. Doesn't feel anything ever, just bored. I watched my YouTube stuff for a while. Cheers, Revolt. Thanks for swinging by. 2 heads is done. Yerp. Oh, right. Yeah, I gotta fix that. So I've been, kind of cheating the Miners Guild. I'm gonna say it's the hollow points? Yeah, the Miners Guild, the hollow points. I've just been making that my Miners Guild. I'm also going to get you to make a workshop in here. And I'll permit you to do other jobs again. It's first kill. Yeah, allegedly. At least first kill that we know of. That's like the fun reality is characters can absolutely have had kills before we met them and before they arrived here. So we're into late spring. Pigtails haven't quite come back to life just yet. Okay, let's go down to here. Let's also just get this stuff dumped out of here. Holy shit, right. So, aside from me being jump scared by them, yeah, we're not seeing the weird combat stuff anymore. Why is there a fucking one of these? God damn. We also need to make more bedrooms. That's a fact. Subject complied. Still interrogating. I love how this woodworker arrives immediately in the fortress, immediately sees an En's dead body, is terrified, just got here for the first time. Well, that's a good sign for sure. You want martial training and excitement, Fishbone? I'm just gonna poke around until I find dwarves that would be decent in the military, because we need more of those. Wants martial training? Wants martial training. This is something interesting about this world. So many dwarves already have some sort of training. Which I think is really interesting. I think it's genuinely fascinating. Just how many of these dwarves already have some sort of martial training. It's an interesting world that this is. Quick to the cat cave? True, we do in fact have a cat cave. We do in fact have a cat cave. I've been so distracted by this whodunit. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wait until it kills again. Because I know it's not going to be this dwarf. Because I'm going to just, like, micromanage this guy so that that doesn't happen again. But it's somebody. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slowly go down the list of people who found the body. Is what I'm going to do. Because it's probably one of them. Wait, no, those ones were Eshten. In the artifact hall while they start killing each other. So vampires only can eat people, can only drain you of blood while you're sleeping. Vampires don't sleep. Neither do necromancers. So necromancers and vampires actually coexist pretty well. Actually coexist really well. Not even just pretty well. Got into a argument. This dwarf keeps getting into arguments, man. What could go wrong? You know, fun fact, you can interrogate your livestock. I could just sit there and interrogate a bunny all day. And it does and can and will, in fact, improve your skills. Well, it's not Jasper. You can also interrogate hostile entities, but they generally just attack you, which I think is kind of funny. You can like tell them to interrogate a forgotten beast, but it's not going to end well. It was like the time that I asked a dwarf for directions in adventure mode. Or when I asked a demon for directions in adventure mode, and it said that there was no way out of here, and then killed me. Which, honestly, very funny to me. And I think the appropriate response most demons would have. Do caverns come? Are you asking about caravans, or are you asking about caverns? Because yes, there are caverns on every map, you just need to dig for them. And if you're talking about caravans, you get traders once a year. Maybe more, if the right situation arrives. Why is there yaks and cows everywhere? Hold on. Just let me eat all these useless animals I don't need, no want. Okay, well, maybe not useless, but animals that I don't want. More specifically here. Could you just kill a dwarf? I mean, there is something you can't understand, how I could just kill a man. There is something you just can't understand. Because that punk had to pay. Are you asking if I can designate somebody to be killed? Not really. Could I kill dwarves? Absolutely. Your military will not kill non-hostile entities. Are they otherwise happy being a priest? I have no freaking clue, Fishbone. They don't seem too upset. They are on the happy side of the spectrum. Yes, I was stating Cypress Hill lyrics. That is true. Because there is something you can't understand. I could just kill a man. I was listening to that song yesterday, okay? So when a person pops into my chat and says, can you just kill a dwarf? There is something... With initial save or world seed. I don't have the initial save for this world. I don't know what the seed is. Can I provide you with it? Maybe. Will you find it if I do? No. Will anybody download it? Probably not. I've kind of stopped uploading my saves purely because I upload them and 3 people download them. And it's like, sure, those 3 people probably really appreciate that. But it's not a small amount of work for me to do that. So I just, no. Not really. I really don't want to do that, especially not on a stream. Can you still ask for it? Why? Nobody downloads them when I give them out. So... eh. The oily company now requires a guild hall, which is a stoneworkers guild. Moods are getting worse. Okay, this is really curious. What is Butch doing? I need more nobles. Can you dispose the king? Can you kill your king? Certainly. Is it a good idea? I don't think so. I think it would simply be better for you to figure out what exports he doesn't want you exporting and simply don't export them. That's not too challenging. If anything, I would say that that's rather easy to complete. Am I going to give you the save personally right now? No, Factorio fans in YouTube chat. You've had your answer. That's it. You can accept that answer, or you cannot, and that's your choice. Well, one, that's not impossible. They just want a bed that has a gold in, like, piece on it. So you need to encrust a bed with gold to satisfy that need. So that's not impossible, first thing. Second thing, what if? Well, you don't need to make it, right? They'll get a little bit upset if you don't make it, but that's one negative moodlet. And trust me, your mayor already has more than one negative moodlet. It's not going to destroy their life. They're not going to convict your entire fort of crimes. It's, on paper, fine to just ignore it. And as far as banning exports goes and killing nobles, absolutely, yeah, you can kill any dwarf you want if you orchestrate it. It's not my job to tell you how to do that. Thank you, BSP. In order for me to consistently upload saves for my runs, I need two things. People to actually download them when I upload them, and people to not complain when I forget to upload them. If you set the precedent of always uploading something and always providing something, then the one time you don't, people get upset. Or if something stops being available because a download link changes, then you get pestered and then you have to go find it. And I'm very torn as to right now whether or not it's better to just upload everything and just say, go fucking find it, or upload nothing and say no, because I've had things that I uploaded in the past where links have changed and I don't have the save anymore. And that kind of archival isn't something I'm really willing to do personally. Like, I'll stick it on a Google Drive or a server somewhere and then you can go get it if you want. But then when the link changes or it stops being available for one of many reasons, that causes me headache down the line. And I've had that happen a couple of times now and I'm just like, I kind of just don't want to do it anymore. Is there a way to monetize your uploads? Sure, but people still won't download them. Monetizing it doesn't make it a... Okay, if you put something somewhere and 2 people download it, if you monetize that, do you really think the pennies that you would get from those ads would be worth it? Like, I just make your own worlds. That's kind of the route that I'm going. Could be big money. Fuck off. No. That is the stupidest concept I've seen anybody say in my chat in a while. So I'm just gonna flat no say that. Absolutely not. Anyway. Nobody gives a shit about my saves, is the thing that I've learned. The only time I will do it is if it's a tutorial run and it's specifically to help people learn or continue off on something. In certain niche cases, I will upload saves. Vast majority of the time, I'm not going to. I'm tired of setting that precedent. It's become enough of a pain that it's just not worth it for me. Yes, if a noble leaves a map and then if a noble leaves the map and then returns to the map, they unassign their bedrooms. This is true. It's the same for military. If any dwarf leaves the map and returns, it unassigns their bedrooms. There are DF hack scripts to lock them, but that's it. Thank you, Mark Gordon. Sure, but this is the issue, right? Eskimoli? I upload a save for something. 2 years later, the link stops working, and then people are asking me why it's not working. What did I decide to do with the vampire? So we have a second one. I have one that's locked back here right now, who I'm going to start making blocks with. But I have this guy. He's locked in here and convicted of crimes. But we have another one, which I'm trying to find now, which is taking a while. In fact, I'm actually going to convict this one of his 2 crimes. But we've got these 2 now that were killed by somebody else. And I don't know who. So we're working on it. We've got a second one. I'm kind of hoping it's a lady vampire so I can get them married, because that would be fun. But let me tell you this, Eskimole. If I make a save available, it's going to be for a specific reason. I'm just tired of... Because, okay, so for a while here, like we're in an ad break anyway. For a while there, I had this idea in my head that if I just uploaded every single save, people would download them and play along and participate and help me dig through legends. And the result was... Oops. I just plugged my phone in and it minimized the game. The result wasn't people played along. The result was I had to pester chat to play along. And I kind of don't like that vibe between me and the chat. I don't think vampires can have children. Release the Snyder Cut. Fucking, I'm glad that meme died, Bruno. Zack Snyder, not a very good director. Jeez. So it's this weird like mix of how do I balance uploading saves and trying to make it a audience participation thing, and how do I balance uploading saves when people ask, what saves are people interested in? Am I going to host them all myself? Am I going to put them all into Dwarf Fortress File Depot, and then once every couple of years when they have a server failure or something and they lose all of their data, then I have to go back in and reset it all up again? Here's the thing. It doesn't matter if I do it, Phoenix. What'll happen is 1 or 2 people in chat will download it, and they'll communicate. But then it's the thing that I've encountered with this is something I've tried to integrate into the streams multiple times over the years in various different iterations. It kind of doesn't work, and 2 years later is really annoying because people will see the VODs and be like, well, where's the save? I'll be like, well, it's on Dwarf Fortress File Depot under this thing. And they go, well, I don't know what that is. Or they'll download the save and then at me and be like, why doesn't the save work? And it'll be like, because you're playing a old version from itch that you downloaded, and you haven't updated the game yet, and I'm playing on the beta branch, and saves aren't compatible backwards. You know, like, then suddenly I'm doing tech support for my saves. Like, there's a lot of things that are not immediately apparent, right? It's literally that. You can't please everyone. No, it's not lurkers. It's after the fact problems. You asked for a save to be uploaded once and you never uploaded it? What? Huh? Totally not Creed. Thanks for the resub. And Creed, thanks for the resub for 20 months. Appreciate you. I don't know what that means. Creed. But thanks for the prime and the sub. But anyway, I don't know if I've said my statement here. I don't think that there's no point to it. I don't think that there's a problem with uploading saves. I'm just really tired of uploading saves right now. And I need to figure out a better way of doing it if I'm going to keep doing it. And I don't know how to do that. Devilon, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. At the end of the day, it requires me doing tech support for my saves. And I don't... I'll say this. If Steam ever has the ability for me to click a button and just upload my save to the workshop, all of my saves would be available. But then people outside of the Steam ecosystem would complain that they can't get my saves, so then I still don't win. It's the fact that I have to go zip it, then upload it somewhere, and then maintain that link that I don't like. Not that I would give you access to, Eskimole. Not that I would put gigabytes. Like, and that's another thing that I think people don't realize is like, because I play in my worlds for so long, a lot of the times the actual worlds themselves are like 6-7 gigs. Like, the last major world I was playing in, which was the one with Godly Tombs and Gore-Tusk and all that, that save is like 11 gigabytes. Because it's like, it's a large world. It's been around for a while. It's got a lot of data in it. It's a big ass save. That's a lot of data. Like a lot of data. Let's do body parts. Let's do teeth. I mean, actually, here, let me just show you something.
1 full year sub streak. Nice.
My Dwarf Fortress install currently is how big? Oopsies. What? Why did that close? Okay, so the install for Dwarf Fortress itself is 700 megabytes. But my install currently is how big? Calculating. No banner flags. Thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back. Checking and get a round of beers. Okay, so I've got 29 gigabytes worth of saves. Well, 28 point something gigs worth of saves. Which is, it's a lot of saves. So, I don't know. How you doing, Bonesaw? How's things, mate? I need a guild hall for a stoneworkers guild. Let's do a guild hall right here for a stoneworkers guild. How does this new year find me? Don't don't look at the news, is what I'll say. It's been a grim year already, and we've only just got started. It's all right. I mean, my year has been pretty busy, lots of editing. I mean, I did a whole bunch of editing right at the start of it. Like, New Year's Eve was mostly editing, and New Year's Day I did some editing on a video that's not out yet, which is the Future of the Fortress stuff. I had an okay New Year's Eve. It was all right, rather uneventful. Pretty quiet, at least in these parts. What else have I done? I don't know, man. Like, it's been okay. I guess I'll just say that. It's been fine. It's a lot of work for a very... So, like, YouTube chat, Ghost Tiger says this. In theory, viewers having access to legends and being able to comment on hidden lore or try to suss out this I mean, I could just tell you who this vampire was if I looked at legends. Like, that would, like, actually just kind of ruin it. Or try and suss out who this vampire is through legends would be fun. Chat could know who it is, but I wouldn't want them to tell me. Could be fun, but it's a lot of work for a small payoff. That's kind of the issue. Like, it's a lot of work for a small payoff. But it's a payoff for a fraction of the audience, right? Like, the majority of the audience won't care. Like, I understand wanting a save file to learn how to play the game, but I don't think every single one of my... Like, this save file, if you're learning to play, is a bad one to be playing on. Because there's a lot of shenanigans and dumb things that I'm doing with lava that... If you were just thrown into this save file, like, that would be bad. Like, it's not really representative of most people's gameplay. Potato, thank you very much for the 24th month. So many people have hit, like, 24 and 25 months this month. I guess it's because a lot of people found the channel in January. It's cool to see you. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. It's like 104 weeks or 730 Earth spins. Nerd! Thank you, though. How a save file will help to learn a game? Well, okay. In my tutorial series, I have a thing where you can go download this save file with each individual episode. So each episode has its own iteration of the save file. So you could keep playing from where I left off, theoretically, after watching it, which, I don't know, might be helpful to somebody. But like I said, that's the beginning of that tech support issue where I've had multiple links break. So, chat room, can I get a round of beers for Potato keeping that subscription alive? And that's a hype train, which needs another 2 subscriptions or $6 in bits to level up. So if you have a Prime or a resub, use it now. So the Oily Company, Stoneworkers Guild. So this is going to get full of that stuff. But what I'm also going to do is I'm going to go all the way down here. All the way down here. Plunk. Now it's done. And this guy has more guild halls he theoretically could go to. Whoa! Dave Danger, thanks for the 5-pack. Keeping that train alive. Appreciate you, mate. Weather Mountains. Factorio fans. Like, I realize this has just developed into a very long conversation now, and I'm continuing to just sit here and talk about it. But, like, this is a problem I would like to solve, but I don't think it's solvable by chucking everything on Google Drive, making my personal server public, not an option, not going to do that. And I don't think Dwarf Fortress File Depot is great because a lot of people just don't download saves from there. And I don't think it's a big enough need that it's worth doing in its current form. So it's something that I need to think about. Sorry for keeping this subject going so long. But at this point, it's just like compatibility is, and me having to do tech support for other people is what's killing it for me. Let's get rid of this. Go down to here. Set that as garbage dump. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the better experience. Insane Killer. Tom Cass, thanks for the 5th month with Prime. Welcome back. Need you to make a rock door, table, throne, cabinet, Although you're going to run out of rocks, so let's just say door. That, what? Excuse me? And Cyrolac, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, mate. Also need to give this dwarf a place to train. It's ironic that, like, the vampire wants to help somebody. It's real sad, actually. I mean, here, I'll say this, Factorio fans. Actually, no. Can other people see this? Those are all of my uploaded saves. Have fun. Found one of two. Norlord. Norlord? Lornerd. I can read. One of two. Or asterisk, maybe more. Possibly more. Possibly more. Probably more, even. For a Vampire Hunters Guild, we got to call Abraham Lincoln. Like stat. We'll have no chance without him. Not really. I mean, vampire's a curse, right? So they're kind of supposed to not like it. If that makes any sense. So there's still that same dwarf. The book was actually all right. They made a book. That was based on a book. I had no idea. Genuinely had no idea. Thank you very much for the hype train chat. 16 subscriptions and 0 bits. Thanks for 16 subs. Probably hit my daily minimum today, actually. I haven't checked, but probably rocketed past it now. Let's double check. How far off are we? Yep, we have hit my daily minimum. So appreciate you guys. Thanks for keeping the numbers going. Eskimole, thanks for the Prime. Nixie, thanks for the 28th month. You're doing your part. All goes to the same place. Cheers, man. Why vamps can cross rivers in Dwarf Fortress? Because Dwarf Fortress doesn't follow the exact same rules as every other fantasy tale. Because if every single fantasy tale operated under the exact same rules, life would be very boring. Nope, there we go. That's one goblin. The dogs dealt with this goblin. In fact, I now have a named stray dog who bit the goblin in the head and shook him around by the head, which killed him. Nice. Question is where'd the last one go? Because wasn't there 3? Oh, no, I guess there was only 2. Thanks for the free bags, goblins. Greatly appreciate you. How many processed plants jobs do I have? Oh, when the number is greater than 10, do 10. Okay. They do sparkle in the sun, though? I mean, that's not true at all. Also, I think Dwarf Fortress vampire mechanics are older than Twilight. Pretty damn sure, actually. Although now I'm like wondering when did the first Twilight book come out? Having never read Twilight but been forced to watch those god-awful movies. Now I'm genuinely wondering, when did that first book come out? A smear of dwarf pus, so that's pleasant. It was 2005. Damn it, it is older than Dwarf Fort. Looks like we're trading with the humans, and their chief treasurer has been sent. Yeah, we can celebrate 20 years of Twilight, and also 50 Shades of Grey will be soon, I guess, too, because 50 Shades of Grey was Twilight fanfiction. So 50 Shades of Doofus owes its existence to Twilight. I'm just gonna go over to here to standing orders, chores. I'm just going to get kids feeding patients and prisoners and milking. I think are the two tasks I'm going to give kids. I'm going to get them off of the whole burial thing because it's not good for their mental health. No more childlike undertakers. Man, you are... Vampires are so bad, man. Like, unironically, vampires are so terrible. Okay, you, temple. No specific deity. Because he's just going to get super sluggish with time. Also, do you have a bedroom? I can unassign that. You also need to make more bedrooms. Speaking of bedrooms. The mystery of where the hell is that other vampire continues, I suppose. It's 2011 for 50 Shades? Yeah, because that was a rewritten Twilight fanfiction. Which I hate the fact that I know that, but... It's just not, like, a good book, kind of, for a multitude of reasons. But anyway, got a lot of people laid, I think. No, you cannot. The game... So, vampires... I'm going to reiterate this. So, sorry if it sounds like I'm repeating myself. Vampires are a curse. So, you're not supposed to want vampires in fort mode. Because they're supposed to be a bad thing, basically. So no, there is no way to sustain or support vampires in Fortress mode. The game doesn't have the mechanics to support that. Because being a vampire is a curse. Same with were creatures. Like, were creatures are also a curse. I mean, there's nothing wrong with BDSM, but that's just a really bad representation of BDSM. Those books. Like crutches without limbs. I mean, you kind of can. The real issue with vampires is, like, with this vampire. This vampire is going to go catatonic eventually. I'm going to try and keep him going as long as he can. But look at how slow he's working already. What's going to eventually happen is he's going to decide that he really, really, really wants to talk to somebody in charge, or he's going to want to complain at somebody in charge, and it's going to bring this whole thing to a halt. Do we have blessings? No. Not in fort mode. In adventure mode, kind of. If you roll a dice at a temple, an adventurer can get cursed or a blessing. They don't usually get cursed the first time they roll the dice, but if they roll it too many times, they can get cursed. Rather, if they try too many times, they'll get cursed. And blessings can be like, you have good luck, you train skills slightly faster, that sort of thing, but that stuff doesn't manifest in fort mode. Some figurine dedicated to a deity will be toppled. I mean, if you want to just make vampires or make things get cursed, yeah, you just lock a really... Okay, pro tip. Have a bunch of very tantrumy dwarves, put them all in prison, and then designate your prison as a temple. And then put tables next to all of them. And then just twiddle your thumbs and wait. I have done that before. It's quite a thing. I'm just gonna ask them for platinum and gold. They want large gems. Okay. Sell the arrows. Let's sell damaged clothing. You brought lemonade. Who wants some? I'm okay right now, unless it's sugar-free. Chat might want some lemonade, though. It isn't really lemonade season here. It's kind of like below freezing outside. So, I don't know. Maybe like a bitter, warm lemon and honey, but I'm not sick, so then drinking that would just make me feel like I'm sick, because that's something I drink when I'm sick. Should get me more toys. Got so many totems. We'll sell those to dwarves. Got tons of mugs up here. Just looking at other things we have in these stockpiles. Yeah, that'll probably be fine, what we've currently got. Get it all sold off. I think I'm just overworking these dwarves again. Am I making anything out of sand right now? I'm not. Let's do green glass discs. And let's do 30 of them. Let's do 100 of them. It's like, I'm overworking these dwarves. Proceeds to overwork them more. Yeah, look at how slowly this guy's working. Like, Jesus Christ. You have a good lurk, Lyle. Let's get rid of this farmer's workshop. Got that leather works right there. I need to get soap, like a soap industry. There's an amethyst right there. So I'm going to auto dig through that amethyst, and we're going to make a little soap industry right here. Actually, maybe I should make it up here. Yeah, this would make sense. Let's plunk it down over here. This can be a tiny little soap industry. You know, I've heard of hot toddies before. I can't say I've ever had one. But yeah, I don't need booze on stream. Oh, I see. My Farmer's Guild needs to be upgraded, which I want to say is... That's the Craftsdorf's Guild. Is this the Farmer's Guild? That's the Farmer's Guild. So the Farmer's Guild wants to be upgraded to a higher value tier, which means, honestly, I'm going to use this as an excuse to upgrade these bedrooms. Because I'm pretty sure it's overlapping with the walls, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. So I could make those into gem walls. I think that's a pretty good way to do this. As a method of upgrading these. Alcoholic tiramisu? What? Tiramisu is like a coffee beverage, though. Who's putting alcohol in tiramisu? That seems like an odd way to make tiramisu. I wouldn't trust the chef that makes that. No, it's not. I've literally never had tiramisu with rum in it in my life. Literally never had it with rum in it in my life. I've had tiramisu maybe once a month or so at my parents' house for the last 15 years, and it's never had rum in it. No, because you buy it, like my mom buys it at a grocery store here, and it's not legal to sell anything with an alcohol content in it. So maybe you could just not put it in there. Yeah, like, that seems more accurate. Because it's espresso. Hold on, let me go look up this recipe. But this seems off to me. I'm looking up the recipe that I used the last time I made it. Okay, so this is Wikipedia, so take it or leave it. It's an Italian it's Italian dessert made of ladyfinger pastries, dipped in coffee, layered with a whipped mixture of egg yolks, sugar, and mascarpone, and cocoa powder. Literally nothing about this says wine. So doing a Control F for rum. Numerous variations of tiramisu exist. Some cooks use other cakes or sweet yeasted bread, which with a bunch of different options in place of ladyfingers. But sometimes liquors are subsidized for both for both the coffee and the cheese mixture, including dark rum, Madeira, port, brandy, Malibu. Ooh, gross. Irish cream. Yeah, so like, sure, you can make it with alcohol, but I've never had it with, I've never heard of it with. Malibu's gross. I don't know why anybody would use Malibu for anything, but. Looking at another recipe here. Okay, fucking. I hate that you have to Control F for actual recipes on recipe sites. Yeah, again, like, no rum. I don't know. I think chat's just a bunch of alcoholics. You just, it's like, you know, you can make like boozy dip for donuts, but not all donuts have booze in them. Krella's fine. It's fine. That's all I gotta say. It's fine. Should also do under the doors. Why not? Get all of these engraved. Once all of this is engraved, then we will put windows on top of them. See how much that bumps the value up. Of course, we're dwarves after all. Are we though? I don't know. I'm pretty tall. I'd be like you're a little short for a stormtrooper, except you're a little tall for a dwarf. I'd be like the human masquerading as a dwarven bard. Dwarf Fortress viewers need alcohol. I mean, I learned something. I learned that you can put alcohol into tiramisu, but like, that is a wild concept to me, and I don't know why you would do that. Anyway, you should try an alcohol-free tiramisu. I guess that's the moral of the story. That's my main takeaway here, is if you tried tiramisu for the first time and the alcohol didn't agree with you, have a better one without alcohol in it. Yeah, but if it's enough to make someone feel sick, which is what is the basis of this entire discussion, it's too much. Bah! Anyway. Bearded dwarf for you if choices exist. You want cooking. Dwarves don't ferment. Dwarfs do cook, though. Them's my two cooks. But neither of them's beards. So... Here, you can have a cheese maker. Thank you, Romeo Malberg. I would just say don't put alcohol in your tiramisu. That's my take. One sock, two sock. I'm going to reiterate the thing that I said at the beginning of this discussion. The entire basis of this discussion was somebody in chat said that they ate tiramisu for the first time on New Year's Eve and it made them feel sick because of the alcohol, to which I was surprised there was alcohol in it to begin with. That was the basis. You saying it's not supposed to make you drunk or tipsy is not even remotely the basis of this discussion and an irrelevant statement. I understand this concept. But if it made someone feel sick, that's too much. Comprende? Can we move on with a different subject? Because like this has become the most moot point conversation we could be having about this. And it's not even like a argument of like whether or not it's better with or without. I don't fucking care. I just think that sounds awful and wouldn't want that. It doesn't matter if like you prefer it that way or not. If it made someone feel sick, that's too much. What happened to Winterhearth? It ended exactly the way I intended it to. That was supposed to only be like a 1 or 2 stream fort. We finished it. All the VODs are up on YouTube, on the VOD channel. I don't know. I don't live in the US, so couldn't tell you. We would need to do some pretty extensive polling, methinks. He is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy. He is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better his situation. He can be very single-minded, and he lives an orderly life. Organized in need, he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. And also, chat, you guys can continue talking about tiramisu all you want. I've said my piece, though. Organized in need, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he is quick to anger. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to express natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he has an active imagination. I need to drink more coffee. Try to understand shit? Ah. Well, we need to go, preferably on the toilet, Bastard. He needs alcohol to get a working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. That was the least funny joke I've made all day. Personally dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and just as soon would have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. And respects perseverance. Doesn't care about art one way or another. I've also never had Terra Macero, but I also don't know what that is. Scalena, trifle I'm just making fun of you. I'm sorry if you're stoned. But turns out people that are really baked are really easy to make fun of. So, he likes Galena, Trifle Pewter, and Resin Opal, and Giant Impala Hoof, Platypus Bone, Six-Sided Prisms, and Leather Armor. Rings and Musk Oxen for their strength. In the words of the Umber Mountain. I like the sound of the Umber Mountain. Must be cool. And prefers to consume rainbow trout and tomato wine. I'm sure you've never been asked this before, but is there any reason why you're asking me why I'm using a piece of software I'm using? It prefers to consume rainbow trout and tomato wine and absolutely hates large roaches. I really like rainbow trout. Rainbow trout's delicious. Do you just go around bugging every streamer you see if they use a piece of software? That seems a little silly. I keep on seeing this. Many dwarves keep getting into arguments in this fort. Yeah, because I have it disabled. As well as most of its features. Because I don't need them. How do you make DF? Mead in DF? You forget that mead exists and then you don't make mead in DF is how you make mead in DF. It's the lowest value beverage in the game and it's the most convoluted and annoying to make. And on some maps, you can't even make it if you don't have bees. It's kind of a shame the way mead works, but... you can cook royal jelly. Like, it's a cooking ingredient. The problem is, it's just like meat. So this is actually a working theory I have about royal jelly. Like, it's a cooking ingredient in Dwarf Fortress, right? So they can theoretically use it to cook. But the result is they never cook it because it's a very low value. Like, everything that comes out of bees is very low value in Dwarf Fortress for some reason. I'm pretty sure it's, like, quite literally just an oopsie, like a typo that's never been fixed. But everything has the lowest possible value. And dwarves tend to gravitate to whatever the highest value version of whatever the thing they need for whatever the thing they're doing is. So, like, if they're cooking food, they tend to go for the highest value food. If they're, or ingredients, if they're making clothing, they go for the highest value clothing, etc. And I have this working theory, and I've had this working theory for a while, that they never use royal jelly to cook with because it's very low value. Because that's just kind of how a lot of things in Dwarf work. It's really weird and kind of a odd situation, but it is what it is. Basically, I mean, it's a very easy way to make the dwarves prioritize the right thing, right? Generally, the best weapon is going to be the one with the highest monetary value, right? Generally, the best bedroom is going to be the one with the highest monetary value. It's like, for a non-capitalist society, dwarves are very... like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Personal value focused? Focused on consuming valuable things? They're very focused on amassing wealth, I guess. Wealth obsessed. Materialistic, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Took it right out of that weird portion of my brain that decided it didn't want to exist for a couple minutes for some reason. But yeah, wealth obsessed is another way you could go with it. But materialistic was the word I was searching for in my head. I just couldn't find it. Boobies, if you will. Ha 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 ha, Grista. Yeah, I guess you could make the argument that it's less about wealth and more the value of the craft. So I guess you could make that distinction or argument. So these are supposed to be 1,200 value per window. Okay, well, we'll get there. Slowly. Let's also do a little bit more engraving. I'm also going to throw a bookcase in here. Not that it's going to do much, but hey, it'll look cool. Let's throw a couple in. Because this is just a guild hall, right? But the Sunny Autumn. It's up to 5,000 wealth, because now that some of these are getting done. Are we now? 8,000. Okay, I guess the amethyst windows will be good enough, which means I should probably do that with this one too. The standard of busts, which is a 15-member Craftsdwarf's Guild. We could also do the same thing with that, which would also be good. Yeah, I think we'll do that. We're just gonna start upgrading these guild halls by simply swapping out the windows for gem windows. Because that's like not a bad way at all to level those up value-wise. Oh, I ended up with a strip of glass. My bad. And some more migrants have arrived. Well, good thing we're making more bedrooms. Oh shit, you guys should be training. Not stationed. Adequate diagnoser. Everybody needs a decent doctor. Adequate mace dwarf. It's so fascinating. So many of these dwarves have, like, combat skills. It's so neat. Like, I don't know. It's been a while since I've had a fort where all of the dwarves just have combat skills. What was your name? I thought it was Mebsith. Lolar. Duh. No railings for a lava channel? You know, I never have railings for my lava channels. Like, I guess all I can really say is that this is the first time you've noticed. Fortunately, OSHA doesn't exist in this universe, so there's no need to worry. You can make railings? Not really. There's no fun without a little danger. I think we're going to get up to 150 dwarfs, probably. I think that's my population cap currently. I mean, I guess you could use, like, wall grates or bars as railings, because those are kind of look like railings. But those are the most railing-looking things I can think of. I don't know what's worse, the lack of safety or how long it took me to notice. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, what's dangerous about lava isn't the lava itself, generally. Like, dwarves aren't just going to jump into the lava. If the dwarves are going to fight and hurt themselves and somebody falls in lava, okay. I mean, let that happen. What's dangerous is the things that can come out of the lava, and I don't let anything be able to do that. So, that's not really a risk to us, because I don't really allow for it to happen in the first place. I brought strawberries and pineapples. Whoa! So I don't know why I'm shocked by this. I don't believe I've ever seen them just, like, bring cloth not in bins. That's kind of wacky. Have you ever seen that, Chad? Or am I just, like, going crazy here? Let's also buy some cheese. I mean, I'm not complaining. I just don't think I've ever seen that before. You have a few times? Weird. I wonder what causes that. Huh. Also have a demanded engineers guild. Must have been from the recent migrants. How's the value of this? We're high enough now. Perfect. 1,700 value. Nice. I wonder what caused the engineers guild, though. Oh no, I'm not gonna do that. You did make a funny. The funny landed. Don't worry. I just think it's funny that it took you that long to notice. That's mostly all it is. It's like, you know, we have very like it's just like my lava forges right here just have open lava too, right? Or my green glass forges have open lava too. It's just it's kind of just a funny thing to me where it's just like. Dwarf Fortress players have very selective concern. They're concerned when they want to mention an OSHA violation, but not before, after, or in between. You know, like it's not until they see what they like in their head imagine as an OSHA violation that they care. I mean, if you are an OSHA inspector, I guess you just lost your job. We'll go with that. Let's cut some gems. So I've got another needed guild hall, which is an engineer's guild, which I'm just going to put right here. So what's the value of this currently? That's what I was trying to click. Oh, not that far off. Nice and easy. You know, let's upgrade a couple of these. Yeah, true, but that's filtered lava, right? So a magma crab can't get into it. So it's kind of not really an issue for the dwarves per se, like risk-wise. Now I'm like really wondering if that vampire was killed by somebody completely unrelated. Or was killed by this dwarf, in fact, which would be weird. You're going to go construct that doorway, and you're going to deconstruct this. You're going to start digging out this. You're also going to go up to here, build that. Kind of forgot about the vampire mystery. Well, I have one, but I had another body appear while this guy was in prison, which kind of makes no sense. So there's another one somewhere. Possibly more than one other one somewhere. Possibly less. Rambo Ambo, you definitely seem like a dwarf that needs to be in the military. Actually, okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pause basically everything that I'm currently working on. And I'm going to make this into a place to train the military because I think that would really suit it. Let's go back here with a jeweler's shop. Ooh. Let's go green glass. And then let's just like dramatically increase the size of this stockpile right here. And remove that wheelbarrow. Let's just get this stuff moved. There's gonna be a lot of imported garlic soon. I mean, if I actually lived in this fort, damn right. Damn right we'd be importing garlic if I actually lived in this fort. You bet your Dwarfy nose I would be. I don't know what that means. I would absolutely be importing garlic. I just like garlic. Okay, so this needs to be amethyst. Get to it, Dwarf. If I could just go here, let's scroll down. Value of U ain't high enough yet. So let's engrave these. Should probably also make some specified engravers for higher value engravings. Oh, you're gonna go attend a meeting. Oh, this is interesting. Never mind, you're gonna go eat. They really like those hen egg roasts. Like, they really do. It would be really nifty if garlic did something against vampires. Like, honestly, I really hope that that's the sort of thing that Magic starts to address, is just, like, making pre-existing, like, mechanics around discovering cursed beings and whatnot more interesting. We're just going to cut all the amethysts. The side effect of dwarves ending up adding Italian restaurant to their fort after having too much garlic. Because, like, right now, right? Like, it's a different random metal per world that is better against were creatures. So it's just kind of like a luck thing. But it'd be cool if that stuff was clearer. Like, if it was easier to determine, like, what materials were good against what things and a lot of that stuff, you know? I'd be down for that. I mean, we'd have to make a lot of dwarven rum then in Sandkiller, right? I'm doing all right, Toots. Yourself? And then up here, gotta get these doors distributed. Let's also get some beds distributed. Sorry, I'm just like seeing the vampire at the top being like, hey, you don't have a bed. Yay, a lot of them are married. That's good. Oopsies. Deconstructed that by mistake. My bad. So what I should do is I should start exploring empty locations. I'm sorry, what is the name of that? Shocked Hell? Huh. What a name. Shocked Hell. I'm just going to send my military to go to this location and explore it. And I'm doing this purely because it's actually a pretty good way to just start training certain skills for your dwarves. Happy New Beer. What's up? How you doing, Nodokasa?
And sub thingy.
And sub thingy. Thank you for the sub thingy. Yeah, it's very rare that I balance rooms, but I've done it twice here now. Breaking my own rules. Look at me. Although I can do different patterns in the middle of each one, which that satisfies me. What are you overlapping with? Oh, right. Yeah, it's because there isn't windows in these right now. Makes sense. Way nicer than yours that usually end up. Yeah, I've played this game too long, though. Yeah, I really like them. Also, there's bedrooms underneath them. Although these ones are unfinished. But yeah. I like the ones underneath them. That's my favorite touch. And then the reason I'm putting windows in is so that if a vampire eats somebody inside of one, then we'll see them. We'll get witnesses to the crime instead of just the crime. Let's go up top here. Do 2 with black zircons. Do those 2 amethysts. Could knock that one out and do those as black zircons. Yeah, let's knock this one out and do black zircons. But chat, can I get a round of beers for Noto Casa keeping that sub alive for an 18th month? Welcome back. It's good to have you, Noto Casa. I'm just going to pause the game until the ads are done. And also, I have to say this because I haven't said this enough today. Hey, YouTube chat, thanks for tuning in today. You know, there's 100 of you watching. Twitch chat, thanks for tuning in today. There's 240 of you watching. Appreciate everybody stopping by and saying hi. It really means a lot. Like, I get to have this job and do this and be a weird know-it-all on the internet because people tune in and watch. So thanks for tuning in and watching. You've never been able to keep up with your room constructions and population growth? I always fall behind, but it's a constant battle of keeping up, right? That's really all it is. It's a constant battle of keeping up. Trying to keep up. And trying to keep up. And trying to keep up. And mostly trying to keep up. Also, I don't think I said this super loudly, but if anybody hasn't watched the video yet, I did release a limited edition mug on my merch store. Exclamation point merch in the Twitch chat, if you're interested in seeing it. Alongside of the big Fort video that just released. Fort you were working on earlier was a challenge that no one could live underground, so you're trying to do a big tower, but you're at the point where you need bedrooms, and so, yeah, that is difficult to keep up with. Is above ground bedroom constructions, because just like the physical labor required to keep up with those kind of buildings is very difficult. Like it's just time consuming to make more than anything. It's just very time consuming to make. That's the only part of the video you heard? Right. You're like, oh yeah, you mean this mug that's already in the mail? At some point, someone's going to go over to Seated Giraffe's house for a visit, and is going to have some very strange questions about the mug collection. Appreciate you, Jura. And you have a good night's sleep. Hopefully better than I had last night. Last night was pretty bad. But yeah, I think keeping up with room constructions, it's just a constant state of dwarfing. Like, keeping up with room constructions is just part of the video game. And being incapable of keeping up with the constructions is definitely a part of the video game. Okay, so all these... Wait, what? Why are you paused? God, you work so slowly. You work so slowly there, Dwarf. Bedrooms are legit your bane. Here. Let me show you guys a kind of a life hack. Pick a material that I have a bunch of. Okay, fuck it. Let's just say this. Okay, so this we'll just say that's a level, right? On your tower that you're building. If you build walls and then click use closest material, it'll use whatever material was previously designated. So if this is all Gabbro or if this is all jet, then these floors will also be jet, which really speeds up individual layer constructions quite considerably. It was something that I discovered not super long ago, and it's very helpful. Who are you giving water to? What? Do I have somebody in prison? I don't. Huh. It's better for, like, individual layers and, like, doesn't stop, like, building conflicts, but that should be a high enough value now, at least for the one. I just need to finish filling in these bedrooms. Or no, I just need the dwarves to finish it. Sweet. Let's go down to this cavern layer because I'm going to go into here. Just go weapon traps. Oh, that's not what I want. Let's plop a couple of these down just for, you know, any critters. Let's do 3 and 3 on these last two. This is all growing pigtails. Sweet. And this squad is in the process of leaving. You especially slowly. All right. Fine there, dwarf. You know, for a while, I've wondered what happens if you're at your population limit because you've set a cap, and then you send a squad out for the military. Could more migrants arrive? I don't think I've ever seen it, but I've wondered about it for a little bit. Like if it's possible to accidentally go above your population limit by sending out squads to go attack something. I wonder. Let's go down to here. This is the thing we need to start figuring out what I'm going to do with. So what I'm thinking... I'm plotting. Don't mind me. And sometimes you just gotta sit here and plot, you know? That's all we're doing. Hatching a plan. I'm plotting the demise of something. Chat keeps asking me to play with minecarts, so I think we're gonna do that. That's maybe actually a little bit too big. Seems so hard and fiddly. Mm-hmm. So are trains in real life. They're not that bad. In fact, if anything, minecarts can be a lot of fun. The issue with minecarts is I think a lot of people just have absolutely no idea what they should be using them for or how to use them. Anyway. You're excited for all your Factorio I feel like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm necessarily the best judge here, but I feel like it would be really difficult to replicate a Factorio-like experience in Dwarf Fortress with minecarts, but I mean, just watching stuff go around with minecarts is certainly possible. The problem with minecarts is they tend to be less, like, they're almost less efficient than just using wheelbarrows in almost every way, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll use them for something fun. Also, I'm real curious. It's taken forever to clear out. I just need to get these boulders out of here eventually, or they're never going to get taken out of there. It's basalt? How much basalt do I even have? 58? Also, what the heck is this? Why is there a dead chinchilla on the front stoop? Poppers, which one of you did this? I don't think that chinchilla committed any crimes or did anything wrong. Because it died. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I almost said thanks, Captain Disillusion, and I don't know why. Speaking of Captain Disillusion, if you don't watch that YouTuber, he just put out maybe one of the greatest YouTube videos I've ever seen in my life, so. This is the most confusing sentence I've ever read. This is a small, giant, peach-faced lovebird leather right glove. A small giant. Small giant. Small giant. It's a small giant, you know? It's a small giant, you know? Not to be confused with a giant giant. Or a mini giant. Let's just go here and make a dyer's shop up here, which we are probably in dire need of. Making pigtail thread. Oh no, that's exactly what it is. It's just hard to read is all I'm implying. But yeah, it's literally just made out of an animal that's big. It's not implying that anything's strange there, but it's a small piece of clothing made out of a creature that was big. That is all that it actually means. I'm just saying that it's hard to read. You fell asleep to the stream? Is that a bad thing? Considering how many people call me ASMR, I would almost say that that's working as intended. Like, I've had so many people tell me that, like, they've watched my big videos multiple times because they keep falling asleep during them. Oh yeah, no, keeping up with bedroom, having a hard time keeping up with bedroom construction is totally normal. YouTube chat, very much normal. When I'm not live, you just watch the VOD channel? Really? Aw. Hey, Quendelf. How's thing? Anyway, what the hell are you up to here, Dwarf? This dwarf's having a hard time leaving. They're trying to and failing kind of miserably. That's not the button I wanted. I wanted this one. It's a lot of blocks that are needed there. Let's do green glass, actually. That's misclicked. I mean, how long has it been since you played, Gwendolf? Okay, so let's get a bed over here. How's Vampy doing? Vampy doodle be dorfin still. Just making boulders all day, every day. All right, let's you're making doors and cabinets and coffers. Let's just pause all these. I need you to make me 2 pedestals. I need you, we'll make you a coffin because that'll fit the aesthetic, you know. Let's make a weapon rack, an armor stand. And also start making floor. I'm trying to get this vampire to furnish their part of the fort. It's going to take a little bit. Four months? Damn. You know, I think the last time I went 4 months without playing a game on my computer was the last time I moved. It's been a long time. It has been a very long time since I last moved. You made it off the map yet, Dwarf? No, you haven't. It kind of looks like this dwarf is going for a drink, but... Are you going to make it up off the map, dwarf? Maybe I should just put you in a different squad. Well, you've answered your question now, haven't you? It's on cooldown. Hence why you can't claim one. Sure you can if you can get it once it's off cooldown, or if somebody nominates you. But it does have a cooldown, yes. I'm trying to crochet and around floral wire, and you're ready to throw the stupid thing across the room. Is crocheting stressful for you? Caffeinated Tactician in YouTube chat? I've never tried crocheting, so I wouldn't know that to be a stressful activity. I'll try to get it next time. Well, it's off cooldown pretty soon. But tier 2 and 3 subscribers here on Twitch can nominate people to be dwarfs. So if anybody feels like it, Salvi's looking for a dwarf chat. With the command !DORF. This keeps making your leaf misshapen. Oh, that sucks. There you go. Seems like Lanix here is nominating Quendelf for a dwarf. Hey, chat, does Quendelf get a dwarf? Yes or no? It's up to you. Show of hands. do we provide Quendelf here with a dwarf? Seen a bunch of yeses so far. Quendelf, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard? YouTube chat's trying to dwarf me. You'd like a dwarf with a beard? Do you know what job you want? I like thought I saw something and didn't. I thought I saw a dwarf with 2 pickaxes. I was like, how? Block of glass. Long time no see. I'm Merlin Buff. Thanks for 25th month. Welcome back. There you go. That dwarf finally... Whoa! That was weird. Entertaining. I don't have any performers. How about this extremely happy peasant? Devil Dawn gifted 3 months of subscription to Quendelf. Enjoy the 3 months of ad-free viewing and Twitch emotes. Oh, trust me, if Armok was real, I would have been smited a long time ago for my hubris. Quendelf never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. Why should I put you in the military? Prefers to be alone, is extremely confident in himself and in situations requiring his skills. He's slow to anger and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He's trusting and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He doesn't... Oh, never mind. He doesn't handle stress well and occasionally overindulges and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care and likes working outdoors but only grumbles mildly at inclement weather. In terms of mastering a skill, personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, sees merrymaking as a waste, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. Sponge of the zombie giant variety. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Chat, can I get a shout out for the lovely raiders? Appreciate you. Because it was up. Zavi, what kind of dwarf would you like? When possible, prefers to consume giant deer, char, and bayberry wine, and horse's milk. Bastet's is your dad. Cybrek is your mum, and you're 18. You just grew up. Brand new dwarf. You were just playing with a mini forge last you checked, and now suddenly you have adult responsibilities. I'm sure you love this. At least you already have a bedroom assigned and everything, so you're ahead of the curve on that. Sponge, what were you guys up to? How was the stream today? And what else do we have in here? Probably something. Haven't killed anything. You're doing okay on the clothing front, too. Digging a hole, outfitting your miner's guild hall. Nobody died. Nobody died? Are you certain? How come? It still says overlapping, though. It's like this one isn't overlapping. Something must have just not been completed. But what am I overlapping with then? Okay, you know what? Let's just get rid of this. Just do all that. Just do all of this. Just do all of that. Up to there. So that should be my Engineers Guild. Well, at the very least, it's no longer... What? Oh, I've got another caravan. The dwarves have arrived to trade. Who this? Yeah, it's just the dwarves have arrived to trade, which is good. Let's plop some bookcases in here. Let's throw one of these in. Let's see if I have... That's not really what I wanted to click anyway. Don't have any musical instruments. What else do I have? I guess I could do like a weapon trap because it's engineering. Could place like a mechanism and a mechanism with an axle in the middle. That could be kind of cool. Make it out of, I don't know, pomegranate wood. The art is inaccurate. Snail people have legs, though. That's the big issue with snail people. But yes, there are in fact snail people in Dwarf Fort. But now it's time to trade once again. Just gonna bring both these bins over. Also got a bunch of trousers that we can get rid of. And I'm going to sell my toys. Because those kids, yeah, they need them, but they don't need them that bad. They'll be fine. Allegedly one vampire. Probably one vampire. Lanix's dwarf died of thirst. Oh, well, that's not great. That certainly seems suboptimal for, like, you know, what you would want a dwarf to be doing. I can't imagine why a dwarf would have wanted to die of thirst. So, unless, you know, it's like just that bad of a place to live, in which case, you know, maybe you don't blame him. Maybe don't blame him. It's giving you a good laugh, especially because they're, like, also tiny. They're, like, half the size of a dwarf, right? It's another name for a blue collar. I've never heard that, but I'll believe you. Ah, the Guild of Oils, a metalsmiths guild, has been established. And my broker is taking a nap. Now is a bad time for that there, broker. Well, Engineers Guild is now queued up and should be done. Value is high enough too. But it's metalsmiths that we got to do next. Do you think they hug their knees when they retract them to the shell? What, like a cannonball? Like, cannonball! So, Zelvi, what kind of dwarf would you like? Did you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? And do you have an approximate job that you would like? Before I get distracted by this. Forgotten Beast has arrived, named Mishos, named Orulush has come. An eyeless crocodile has a round shell and it undulates. Yes, beard? Yeah, okay. It undulates rhythmically. Its clear scales are large and close set. Beware its poison snappers. Dwarves have also arrived. They're back from their trip out on adventures. We went and explored a thing. We went and explored a cave specifically. So we were talking about Winterhearth a minute ago because somebody asked about it more than a minute ago. It's right here. It's got 5,000 goblins in it. Considering that was just like a tiny little forge that I built, that's kind of nutty. So I'm gonna try and go after that, but I have a feeling that might be a challenge. A miserable one. Well, you got plenty to choose from. Dear Meeps, they populate fast. I think they just sent like they're like the biggest possible army that they could muster and just sent them all. Just went, all right, ship it, send it. That's kind of my assumption. Where is magma from? Is this like a birds and the bees question, Uther, in YouTube chat? Where magma from? This magma came from volcano. Where magma usually from? Down. And if you don't find it, deeper. A very pleasant peasant. Salvi. He's truly fulfilled by assisting those in need after experiencing trauma, and he lives at a high energy and kinetic pace. He is not careful with resources when working on projects, and he often spends unnecessary effort. He is bashful, and he can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He likes native platinum and bismuth bronze and onyx opal and giant ibex leather, crossbows and large gems and giant skunks for their foul stench, and the words of the saffron of droplets. I don't think I've ever seen skunks before. And when possible, prefers to consume copperhead, smoke, and apricot wine. You experienced trauma, and that remade you rethink your personal tendencies. You have a family. You've got one friend in the fort, and some of your acquaintances are dead. Your one friend is this animal caretaker who wants to practice a martial art real bad. Well, you want to help those in need, so why don't we make you into a doc? You can be a doc. Specifically, you can be a diagnoser. We need a surgeon apparently. So Eurus, the High Master Surgeon, is now in. Let's throw in an additional bone doctor. Beetle person. There we go. We've also expanded the hospitals a little bit. It's kind of a crappy hospital currently. I was also going to make a soap industry, which I certainly didn't. Let's just unforbid all these floors. All these ads are playing through. He's in the medical field now. I just want to know where all those goblins are living. Like, I feel like the goal of this fort should be to... So... Fishbone, I got bad news. For some reason, I thought I tabbed over to this, and I thought it was in the lower caverns. Anyway, it's not. So there's a forgotten beast in my basement killing everybody. Maybe not everybody, but certainly some people. It is an eyeless crocodile with a round shell. It undulates rhythmically, and its clear scales are large and close set. Beware its poison bite. I just kind of spaced on that one. Anyway, so this dwarf is in a bunch of pieces, and Fishbone is dead. We're probably about to lose 2 more dwarves as well. The fighting continues, and then Lycott joins in the fighting. Once we get the militia down here, it shouldn't be too hard to kill. Einod has been found dead, and so has Lycott. Not if everybody dies, Eurist. Not if everybody dies. So, there goes Kel, who was also found dead. And another one. So that's what, 10? Oh no. Run there, you little beetle. And then queuing green tea, the talented Hammer Dwarf, comes out and is going to play hero. Collides with the Forgotten Beast and says, I laugh in the face of death! And bashes the Forgotten Beast, which fractures its bone. The creature is seriously injured and dueling with the dwarves. The dwarves have gotten it onto the ground and are now fighting. The creature is unconscious, breathing heavily, bleeding heavily, rather. They've completely surrounded it. Keen Cook, the chief medical dwarf, is also assisting by punching it repeatedly. Most of the dwarves are very focused, and while they may be terrified in conflict, some of them are very satisfied at the whole concept of training all of these skills very quickly. And the creature has fallen. How many squads are needed to take down a 4,000 to 5,000 goblins? One. Really, really, really talented squad. It's less of a how many squads are needed and more of a how long would that take? And the answer is a really long time. And that's how many dwarves we lost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, I guess it's time for us to expand the tomb system. Let's just go here. Coffin. Let's make these all out of granite. Because I think I'm out, if I were to bet. And we next need to make a metalsmith guild, so we'll do that after I've cleared this. Let's also go up to here and smooth a bunch of this. You had a Spider Forgotten Beast beast into your fort a few nights ago, and it literally deleted everyone but 2 dwarves. Did it have webs? Because, yeah, webs will do that. Yeah, that'd do it. In the lower cavern layer in this fort, there is a quadruped composed of diamond, which happens to have also has webs, and I'm terrified to even try. So, I'm not going to. This is such a weird shipment. This is such a weird shipment, man. There you go, Batome. Congrats on getting the sub. Now, actually, the way to probably do this is to just select all of them and then deselect them until I can just buy the thing, which is probably going to go quicker than selecting them until I buy the thing. So if I go through here, you. Tisk. Would have thought that would be tradable by now. But they're both in their... Come on. Okay, they accepted it. It's fine. That is a lot of blood right there. We do, in fact, have one injured dwarf. Who has severe blood loss. The right arm needs stitching. But it doesn't look like our new doctor here was able to actually do any doctoring, which is a bit unfortunate, but also fine. Speaking of fine, how's the value of this? It's good. So I'm thinking we make this area right here into the guild hall for the smiths. Thinking we dig through this, dig out all this, remove this wall, and put it in here. That's kind of what I think. Setting up forests that are nice to look at for both dwarves and the player. I mean, it's kind of hard to not end up with a bunch of pastel colors. Store-owned item, reason 2 injured. That seems bad. Why you no go hospital? Oh, I see. You've stood up now. His left hand is gone. Oh my god. I get... Okay, let's not fuck this up a second time. So this second Forgotten Beast is named Rania. He's gonna Rania out of the house. It's a 3-eyed lyrebird. It has a twisting jointed trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Its rose-taupe feathers are fluffed out. Beware its blood that's deadly. Okay, this one I can't get to. But it's gonna fight with this one. This thing is Dive Flinched the Flags of Legend, which is an enormous quadruped composed of blue diamond, which has webs. And already won the fucking fight. Like, it just kicked it in the head and it exploded, jamming the skull through the brain. Like, what? How many kills do you have? It's killed 8 Forgotten Beasts. I mean, I want to kill this thing, to be honest with you. Like, it has taken some damage. You could kill it with bolts pretty easily. But yeah, if it got into your fort and you weren't prepped, that would be a fort ender. Probably. Cave in it? Ah, that's no fun. I want to bolts it to death. Shoot it with bolts. Kill him with Mark's Durfs. You had a crystal one that died in the caverns once. Its sparkling remains were set on fire by a flame breath, and the pile of crystalline remains continue to burn forever. Literally, yeah, no, I believe it. I had a Forgotten Beast. Well, it was a Titan that was made of fire, and it died when we killed it. When we killed it, it died, obviously, duh. And its body became flames. Like, it was just referred to as, quote, flames. And the, quote, flames would steam whenever it would get rained on. And it would really consistently get rained on for basically the rest of its existence. So it was just sitting there steaming forever. So let's see. Sweet, dwarves are bringing items. But I've got to set up a new religious figure. Chad, who do you think would be a better religious leader? A devilish potato, Darius Cardwin, or Celesty? We should, actually, now that I think about it, we should have named that body Gabe Newell. Oh well. Maybe in the next reality. All forgotten beasts are blind. Caffeinated tactician. None of them have any vision. Everybody seems to be voting for potatoes, so that amateur diagnoser doesn't worship this religion, so isn't even an option. Salving. It was the religion that Fishbone was a part of, but has now since died. Fishbone, not to be confused with one of my favorite TV shows growing up, Wishbone. I loved that show growing up. Genuinely one of my favorite things on TV. Even though I didn't have TV, so it was simply a TV show that I would watch when it was taped. What's the story? It was a TV show about a talking dog who was obsessed with history and would go back in time. Well, imagine going back in time to relive historical events, and it was like an edutainment children's TV show about a dog. This was a thing that I watched when I was a small kid. You worship the Bejeweled Doctrines, which is the god of gems. And you're currently burying a body of Lycon. Which you did. Congrats. I want to say it was on PBS. I'm trying to think like what channel it was on. My grandma used to tape it for me, so. And my sisters also liked it. Is it? I don't recall almost anything about that show, to be honest, Greg, and then some. It was just something that I knew. Yeah, it was just something that I watched back then. And these days, it's been so long. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you anything about it, pretty much. Okay, I don't need all this stuff. I feel like the vampire requires a tomb in his living quarters because it just makes sense. So we'll let him slowly put that stuff away. And then this down here needs to be started to be rebuilt. Needs to start being rebuilt, I guess. So that's a Gabbro pillar. Was he named? No. Have we found the vamp? Yes. Quite a while ago, actually. I think you were here while we found it. I think. But yes, we found it quite some time ago now. And no, I'm not going to name him after the chatter. We can like decide on a nickname if we want, but I don't like naming characters such as these. Oh, speaking of vampires, We have a second vampire who's appeared once again. Because this is the other vampire. There's been 2 of them most of today. My bad if I haven't communicated that very well, but yes, there has been 2 of them. At least. There might be more. I mean, it's probably not you, but you definitely did just witness it. The militia captain. Is the one going to go report the crime. There is no way for a dwarf to pass vampirism from one dwarf to another without the player intervening and doing some absolute fucking shenanigans. It is a curse. You get it by being cursed by a god. The idea is that they infiltrate your fortress as part of a migrant wave, and it's up to the player to try and suss them out. It's part of the game. But it doesn't get spread around. That wasn't you. Yeah, also, you really don't want to just infect multiple dwarves. Like, I feel like this will be a thing that I'll be saying for all eternity, is just, you really don't want to run a fortress of vampires anyway. It just kind of sucks. Well, it's not that there's no point, it's just you don't really want to do that. It's the sort of thing that, like, you can do it, but, like, I feel like everybody tries to do it once, and then once you've done it once, you kind of just go, eh, and then you just kind of never do it again. Pretty sure I've interrogated a bunch of these dwarves for other things before. Definitely interrogated you for other things. You're not a vampire. Well, I guess soon we'll have to do this yet again. Because somebody here is a vampire. You know, let's try this. Sometimes this is a bit of a giveaway. It's probably not you. It's definitely not you. I know it's not you. I know it's not you. It's not you. You just want to practice some martial art. Let's queue up another squad, but I'm not going to do anything with them just yet. Yeah, I do read Twitch more. I read Twitch more because there's more people in Twitch. I read Twitch more because the Twitch chat's often more pleasant. And it's the platform that incentivizes building community. Whereas YouTube's live streaming platform, the more I look at it, it's like, it's designed for somebody who is already famous to do like a one-off live stream is kind of what they've designed it for. Like, it's not bad. It's a pretty good live streaming codec. It's just not... Twitch chats are better. platform for what I do and the types of things I make. So, at least when it comes to the kind of streaming I do. Just gonna keep interrogating people, methinks. Although your intimidation skills are skyrocketing. Considering you're skilled in all of these now. I'm not gonna gimmick this though. We're gonna wait until we either get a witness or alternatively extremely lucky. I'm just gonna keep waiting. We'll get through this. These crimes eventually. I do need another militia captain, though. Oh, it's rotten. Crap, waited too long. Hey, chat, what's going on in this bedroom? Help me out here. Let's get a Fortress crowdsourced recap going. See how many of you have been paying attention. Otherwise, I'll chime in a minute. But what do you think's been going on in this fort, chat? I'd love to know. Hold on. Sorry, I gotta dive into the YouTube chat for a second because this is hysterical to me. I really want so Kobia, you should probably just pop into Twitch chat if you want actual like decent conversation because you'll get less of this. So this is from Jerry in YouTube chat. Every chat GPT is even messed up. There is no real wiki, probably why Blind has become so popular around it. Nah, sure. I would say it's more because people don't like reading. They say, sure, if you really want to say hi, that's got to be the place. But there's no, okay, so if you're trying to use ChatGPT to play Dwarf Fortress, you're fucked in the head. That's all I have to say. Isn't that the same model as mine? Okay, Jesus Christ. I keep scrolling up and your takes keep getting worse, man. Your takes keep getting worse. Isn't that the same model since Minecraft? Oh, we make a game and there's no instructions and a community appears around it to put it together. One could argue it's part of the game, but DF is way too buggy for that to be the case outright. He's talking about us, naturally. You're making yourself look stupid. Honestly, it's bullshit. What are you explaining? You expect should happen. You also state that there's no real wiki. Mate, there's a fucking wiki with, like, literally every version of the game is cataloged, which is why ChatGPT is fucking terrible. Because it blends them all together. You are hysterically stupid. Sorry for just being. Like, you are too dense and dumb to read the wiki, so you ask a language model that doesn't understand game versions to decipher it for you. If you are that fucking dumb, I can't help you. I'm not even going to try. I've gotten big because I've made a lot of content about this game while this game got big. And because I'd already been making content about this game for years before that. And had already built an audience before that. Jerry, fucking grow a brain and learn to use it. Give me the wiki for the Steam one specifically. If you are that, holy shit, you are dumb. Sorry, this motherfucker's response is give me the wiki for the Dwarf one specifically. That is your fucking response. Give me the wiki for the Steam one specifically. Are you brain damaged? Hold on. Let me explain like I'm 5 how a video game version works, okay? No, you didn't piss me off. I genuinely believe you are extraordinarily stupid. You are extraordinarily stupid. But I'm humoring you, and I'm here to help. But you are extraordinarily stupid. Okay, so this is the version number of the game down here, right? I'm playing in version 51.01 beta 27, right? Most people playing the game are probably seeing version 50.15. If you tab out of the game and you go to the wiki, this is the wiki, right? This is the page of the wiki, the playstyle challenge, okay? You go to the main page of the wiki. By default, it defaults to version 50.15. This up here is this little green box, shows you what version you're looking at. It goes back with every single major version release all the way back to V23, which is literally a different wiki. The reason your stupid fucking language model, which you shouldn't fucking use to learn a video game ever in your goddamn life, doesn't know what the fuck it's talking about when it tries to teach you garbage nonsense, is because it's jumbling all of them together. Go to the wiki and look for the version number you're playing. Anyway, so that's why I don't look at YouTube chat that much, is because I lose brain cells every time I do it. I don't have to insult you? Nah. I don't have to. You also really need to look at how stupid you look. Well, it's specifically, Elfie, using ChatGPT to learn video games is a really quick way to rile me up. Because it's just, it is... It's okay, it's over, Mercury. No, this is Jerry Plum in YouTube chat. Not Twitch chat. Vulgar blind has come? Oh, what did I say that was vulgar? I said someone was dumb. The average person doesn't... Then explain why my mom was asking me what an LLM is, or what ChatGPT is. The whole combo was a bit too spicy. Oh, it's okay. There's plenty of milk somewhere in this fortress. We'll find it and calm the spice out of your mouth. Yeah, it's designed to trick you into thinking it knows what it's talking about. Yes. But no, I was offended on behalf of all of the poor wiki editors who've been editing the wiki, and seeing somebody saying that Dwarf Fortress has no real wiki. My God, this game has one of the best video game wikis ever made. It's one of the most comprehensive things on Earth. When people who don't know what they're talking about start stating in my chat, which people use as a source of information, that this game has no real wiki and is too buggy to be playable, I'm sorry, I have to fucking dive in. Because the reason this channel, my channel, has gotten big is because, one, I was big before Dwarf Fortress. Two, I've been doing this for 10 fucking years. And three, I make content about a video game where there is a need for that type of content. Not many people cover Dwarf Fortress extensively, and it's a game that people have interest in. So thus my channel has grown. So you insulted me, you insulted the game, and you insulted the people who've been editing the wiki for the last 20 years. I'm sorry. That's how you make yourself look like an idiot. Anyway, I've cleared through all this. As far as I know, KitFox is straight up just hosting the wiki now. UGDPY. School of Theox, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. If people actually read the wiki, I wouldn't need to exist. The reason my channel's tutorials exist is because people don't read wikis. And that's kind of a problem. I think the world would be a better place if more people read wikis, but... Oh, no, absolutely. No one's arguing against that. Of course, Dwarf Fortress has a learning curve. That's a given. But stating blatantly false information about something not existing is just absurd. What a strange clinic am I pre-planning? I'm building a hospital slowly with little sectioned off hospital rooms. It's not really pre-planning, I'm just slowly building it. It's kind of already functional. It's just also half a construction site. And then this up here is going to be where my military trains, or where a bunch of them train. Admittedly, I've only been making that kind of video, Mercury, since August of this year. That's a relatively recent change. Yeah, fair. Me too. It's been working well. You're welcome. Please don't ever recommend people use ChatGPT or use ChatGPT as a reference to judge how good a wiki or resources to learn a video game are in my chat ever again, because it's offensive to people who edit those resources and make those resources available, and two, makes you look really stupid. But apology accepted. Back in my day, we didn't even have a wiki, and we liked it that way. Is the way I would go with that. You know, it's kind of funny, Zombie. Cooler, SK, my artist, allegedly, I obviously don't have proof because I wasn't there, allegedly learned Dwarf Fortress by literally figuring out what the look button was and then looking at every single tile in the original ASCII versions. Because there was no Russian wiki at the time. No, totally. Sparkly. Like, here's the thing, right? Saying, like, reading the wiki isn't enough and I need tutorials, that's one thing. What set me off there was simply stating that there is no real wiki. The wiki's how I learned the fucking video game, mate. That's what taught me. That's what set me off. I mean, hey, you play the way that you prefer. I play with the graphics turned on because it's more accessible to a wider audience, right? But you do what works for you. Okay, so let's get this Metalsmith's Guild up and running. Yeah, why not? Let's just do a granite walkway through here. Dwarf Fortress Wiki was a mass hallucination the entire time. Man, we've all been caught up in this psychosis. Yeah, I mean, a combination of the two is probably the best way to go about it. Period. CA in YouTube chat. So this is supposed to specifically just be a Metalsmith's Guild, correct? Yes. This is like, looks like a way bigger fort than it actually is. It's not actually that large of a fort, but it feels like it's a huge fort. It's hard to explain. I mean, that's the way to do it, Vanori. That is the way to do it. What is this, Grooves? I'm not sure. If I'm being completely honest, I'm not sure. This is me... Currently, this is me messing around and trying to come up with a design for some minecart shenanigans. I will let you know when it works. It'll make more sense once I start testing it, but I haven't started testing it yet. Okay, actually, I need to go this way. But currently, it's sort of nothing. Fair enough, Shadow. I'm sure that with an amount of work, you could push the forts bigger, but it does make sense. All right, this can go away again. Oh, shit. Is that the wrong stock? Yeah, that was the wrong stockpile. Crap. All right, well, I just broke my quantum stockpile for boulders. It's easy enough to rebuild, though. Minecart's public transit. I don't know, dwarves already move so quickly. I mean, sure, I can kind of see why. I think that would be a neat aesthetic for a fortress, but I don't know. I personally don't think that would be super necessary, at least not with the way the game works right now. Is that a giant snail? No, a snailman. Snailman. That's like a mailman, but a snailman. Either you are correct and have dealt with tons of different metal alloys in real life, or you have memorized wikis of different games for what alloys. I think most people read wiki. Well, I mean, we had that, I can't remember, who was it? It was in chat like 2 weeks ago who was just like, I've been playing this game for 50 hours and I haven't found iron yet. And then I was like, well, you should be looking for magnetite or hematite or one of the other iron like ores. And they were just like, what? That's what that is? Like it freaking melted their brain. It's one of the highlights of last year, I'm not gonna lie. But also, like, yeah, no, that's like actual stuff you gotta memorize. Well, it was stuff you had to memorize in older versions. Now it's just like you click on the rock and it says what it do. It also kind of helps that you can just go to a workshop and just be like, make me this thing. You know, you can just be like, make me sterling. I don't even know what makes sterling silver. What the fuck makes sterling silver? Is it literally just 3 silver bars make sterling silver? Huh. All right. I just learned something. I suppose I just learned something. Yep. Those are 2 extraordinarily different video games. Twinning's Camo. One is the single-player RPG, and then the other one is a colony builder and world simulation. They both have extensive history generation, but that's kind of where the similarities between the 2 games end. But those are 2 very, very, very different games. Which one should you buy? Whichever one you're more interested in. But they are very different video games. Well, I mean, that would make sense if it was silver and copper. I didn't see the final bar that went in there, but it would make sense if it was silver and copper because... Three of those. Curious what... Because I do have tons of copper, too, so it very well... Yes, it is silver and copper. It's 3 silver bars and 1 copper bar, so I guess it's 75% silver. Oh, sorry, thanks for the 6th month. 6th month. I'm glad you liked it, Highwood. It's always, like, fun to finally get those projects done, and I can be just like, cool, now I get to start working on the next one. Because that's what those videos are. It's just a constant churn of like, well, time to move on to the next one. Let's do copper tables and chairs. Lael the Bard. Thanks for barding along with the 3rd month. Welcome back, Prime. Appreciate you. Your advanced jewelry class are coming in. Hey, thanks for the 5-pack. Sorry. One of my favorite like real life things for Dwarf Fort is the guy who made Arch Crystal is a jeweler in real life. That's close enough. I mean, to be honest, I care more about New Year's than I do about, like, you know, late December holidays, so... Or most of the late December holidays. Salva, what up? It's good to see you, mate. It's just purified silver. Today I learned. I was going to cue something up. Copper grates! Well, actually, let's do silver grates. Why not? Let's make silver grates. You don't seem to really be enjoying this, do you? Would you make it for a good militia captain? Always tense and jittery, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She tends to think before acting. She likes a little excitement now and again. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And she lives a fast-paced life, and she tends to consider others think of her. You don't seem like a good military dwarf, or captain at the very least. What about you? So many of these dwarves just have like random skills that like kind of surprises me here. "24 years old, incurious, never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself, completely helpless in stressful situations." Okay, so not you. It's like ruining all these dwarves' histories by assigning them like this, but eh. Need somebody with desires for martial training, like you. Great work of art. Mastering a skill. So take it easy is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. It's brave in the face of imminent danger. Curious and eager to learn. Finds obligations confining. Wants to fight. You know what? Sure. Madame the Glassmaker, get you in here. Let's just get you training for a little bit, though. So Dwarf Fortress isn't a game in that sense. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox. It's a world simulation. So it's simulating a world, and you can interact with it as much or as little as you want. It's a game about manipulating the world into telling stories that you find interesting and worth paying attention to, basically. It's like playing D&D with yourself. Is there a end game? No, not really. Are there bosses? Sort of. It's a game about pushing storylines forward that you, the player, are creating. I also need to make more copper helms. I mean, RimWorld is like if you took the RimWorld is like if somebody described Dwarf Fortress to somebody else, but only described Fortress mode and then punched them in the head a couple of times, and all they really remembered was the pain of being hit in the head, but couldn't remember the actual things that the game does. That's kind of what RimWorld is. I mean, it's a free game. You could just play the ASCII version for free for Dwarf Fort. But I'll tell you this. Here's why Dwarf Fortress is interesting. This is the world map, right? This isn't static. Every single one of these locations is visitable and like has a full-scale population and economy. This is all chugging under the hood while I'm playing in my fortress. So if the fortress that I'm playing is like a singular tile of Civ, the rest of the world is playing Civ without me. And I can interact with this as much as I want or as little as I want. And for some reason, there's Goblin Australia down here. I think at some point we need to take over Goblin Australia down here. I mean, there is a Dark Goblin Fortress with 10,000 goblins in it. But that's what Dwarf Fortress is. It's never going to lead to the most interesting minute-to-minute gameplay. It is a game about interacting with the simulation of the world as much or as little as you want. I always call that Goblin Australia. Whenever there's just like a random island that's full of goblins, I always call it Goblin Australia. There was one time there was a random island that had nothing but kobolds on it, and the population was like 12,000 or something from Legends Viewer, which was like, what? It's like 12,000 kobolds. How'd they live that long? Goblin Australia equals New Zealand. It's 10,000 goblins in a single tile, yeah. Goblin fortresses tend to be that. This was a fortress that I built previously, which now has 5,000 goblins in it, and it's right next door to me. I live in here, right next to the Pits of Souls, so you can't actually see the icon for my fortress. But I'm right here, I swear. We're very well disguised. But Dwarf Fortress, like the first thing you kind of got to do when you start playing it is forget everything that most video games tell you are normal about video games. Because Dwarf Fortress breaks a lot of rules about how video games are supposed to function. And things that video games are expected to do, and things that people expect video games to do for them. It's not going to hold your hand in like almost any way. It's not going to be easy to learn, and it's going to be quite the learning curve, as chat likes to remind everybody. But at the end of the day, it is one of the most satisfying video games you could learn if you take the time to properly learn it. But it also might just not be for you. That's also a very real possibility. I mean, I would say it's pretty dense in the gamification. It's just light in the modern sense of the word, I guess. Sometimes you have fun building bridge boards. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's probably going to leave you disappointed, Twinnings, because it's not that kind of game. The reward for playing Dwarf Fortress is realizing that the entire time you've been running your fortress, there was a dwarf who was disguised in your fortress who had been lying about their name, who was actually the daughter of your king, and then suddenly inherited the role randomly when your king was assassinated on the other end of the map, and you're sitting there going, why do I have a king in my fort? And then you realize later, after playing your three forts later, that was actually a criminal, like that dwarf was actually a criminal who had been expelled by their father, who was the king, for stealing money from the throne, and you're reading this all in text hours later. That's the reward for Dwarf Fort. So it highly depends on the kind of game that you like playing. If that sounds appealing, Dwarf Fortress is the best in the world for that.
Enjoying my Christmas blind mug.
But it's not going to be for everybody. Cheers, Karmas. Blah, blah, blah. Cheer. I can't speak today. Cheers, Karma's Eternal. There's too many S's in that sentence that I was trying to say. I don't know. I don't play them. Whole C. I generally don't like games that other people can play. So, not actually, that's a bad way to put that. I don't like games that have other people in them when I'm playing. There we go. That's what I meant to say. So if games have other people in them, I don't play them. It's just not what I want from games. So I'm a bad person to ask that question because I have no idea. Yeah, and that's what comes with time. Hey, Wade. Like, the reason I play Dwarf Fortress and the reason I enjoy playing Dwarf Fortress is because it's the only game I've ever played where I've played this long and I'm still finding stuff I didn't know. But, you know, as I said in the video that I uploaded yesterday, it's a niche game. It's not going to be for everybody. And kind of pains me to say it, but it's true. Not everybody will be satisfied by this game. Not everybody will be happy with the mechanics that it provides. Just is what it is. I've got an artifact happening. It's my diagnoser. Like, certainly, Dwarf Fortress has a lot of interesting gameplay in it, but it's not going to be interesting gameplay in the same kind of sense as modern games. Dwarf Fortress is kind of unique in that sense. From your OG7 was his daughter? What? That's wild. It's definitely that kind of game, Highwood. Why would they have been removed? Yeah, you could make pipes out of adamantine if you really want to. I don't know why you would make pipes out of adamantine, but yeah, you can make pipes out of adamantine. Utar Demo Rug. They don't really remove stuff like that. The only thing that's really been removed is you can't make buildings out of soap anymore, which is probably for the best. You know, the best way to think about multiplayer Dwarf Fortress is to stop thinking about multiplayer Dwarf Fortress because one, it'll never happen, and two, every fan attempt to make it happen sucks and is awful to play. So your best way to think about multiplayer Dwarf Fortress is just don't think about multiplayer Dwarf Fortress. And if you want to play Dwarf Fortress with friends, set up a live stream and make a succession fort and share a save. It's not that kind of game. Sure, the Musketeer. Lots of games would be better if you could have co-op. But the entire game would have to be reprogrammed from the ground up to be played that way. So it's never going to happen, so there's no point in thinking about it, right? Because you're just wanting things you'll never have.
Watched your ghost candy video. Nicely
Hey.
done, smiley face.
Thanks for the 11th month, Transplanter Sage. I made a castle out of soap once. It took a very long time and wasn't very large, but it could house about 5 dwarves. I think it would be really cool if you could make like engraved soap that's just higher value soap, but just still acts as soap. No, I mean that's why I said like play succession forts. It's just La Musketeer in YouTube chat says adventure mode would be even better if you could play co-op with a friend or two. There's very few turn-based multiplayer games in that sense, in that style. And the few that exist are not pleasant to play. So I think people imagine it differently than I think it would actually play. So I don't agree. I think it would be awful. But that's me. Soap with engravings of a dwarf horrified and surrounded by roaches incoming. Yeah, there you go, exactly. It's just me in my old apartment. Terrifying. You know, I know the guy that made that game, Halo. But also a very different kind of game. Oh, shit. A force of darkness that is also vile has arrived and is parley seeking. Well, what have we gob? What are you holding? Is that a great axe? It is a great axe. Huh. Never seen them hold them like that. It's interesting. Got a dwarf bone crown? What the fuck? What a guy. Silver pike. That is a lot of beak dogs. Pretty sure I could buy some engraved soap at the local farmer's market here. I love how I keep getting artifact toys. What the fuck? Fob the Diagnoser has created Mexmore, a granite toy boat, and offers it to the Firefrost. Hold on. Let's go take a peek at that first. This is a granite toy boat. A craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons encircled with bands of silver. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail and green zircon. On the item is an image of Skinny Ben's the Laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the troll, Kusak Skinny Ben's, in the Finger of Oracles in 23. The end of this month. And that's a way too personal question, the Musketeer. I wouldn't move somewhere with bad public transport. Menaces with spikes. It's just got triangles on it, you know? Alright, you get locked in right up there. I'm gonna make this part of the tavern so you can just go. Okay, this is him going insane. I have to have an office. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to put windows here and have it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna smooth that, and then he'll fortify. We'll fortify that, and then I'll split an office here with my mayor so that he can go yell at somebody in charge. Down here, this can get pulled. I want to say it was this one. Yes. Everybody in Dwarf Fortress drinks alcohol, but what you need to remember is dwarves are not humans. So I'm just hearing weird sounds. I think I know what I'm going to do here. I think I know what I'm going to do. It won't even be that difficult. Gonna need this anyway. I've got time because they're seeking a parlay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this lockable. We're going to burn them. That's what I'm going to do. I don't even know where my mechanics shop ended up, so I'm just going to toss in another one. If you just go to YouTube, if you go to my YouTube channel and you go to the, I think it's the ideas playlist, I have how to give dwarves swimming lessons. It does involve minecarts. I just type in rock, that's the word I'm looking for. You hear that, yes. The Doom of Sculptures. So this is the same goblin faction. Where are they? There they are. This is the same goblin faction that is, also, they brought trolls. Well, that's cool. This is the same goblin faction that took over my fortress right next door that I built. So what are we getting attacked by? It seems to be trolls, goblins, and beak dogs. Well, that's fun. Do the trolls have any equipment? They've got tons of dwarf bone crowns, though. I'm a little bit disturbed by this. Yeah, they do. They don't have gear, though. They're just clothed. So this is going to all end up being full of lava, but I can pump it out, so that's not a problem. I really wish I liked that game, Soviet Republic, because it seemed fascinating when it first came out. It's like this... I just found it kind of painful to play. But I feel like that's kind of the point. I don't know. It's a weird game. More tetrahedrite. Hey, chat. I need to take a piss. You guys can follow this dwarf. I will be right back. I do have to say, though, Workers and Resources might be one of the weirdest lawsuits I've ever heard about happening to a video game. Like, what? Why is there sheep's blood? Okay, then. There's sheep's blood spreading everywhere. Cool. Let's remove this. Let's go up to here. And we'll plop this in. And then I just need that done. And then I need a drawbridge down there and this. And then I just need to hook both of those up to the same thing. And then I'm just gonna burn these goblins. That's just gonna make my life a lot easier. I really like the idea of Workers and Resources Soviet Republic. I should probably try it again now that it's like a finished game. Because I played one of the pretty early access versions, but I do own it. No. It's a statement that my right eye doesn't work and my left eye barely works. I'm disabled and legally blind. And if you have like mild influenza, you should probably, you know, go see a doctor. It's like I have many problems in my life, but social awkwardness is not one of them. I guess mild influenza must be a metaphor for lack of tact. Say lovey. Nobody's perfect. Link lever to Gabbro mechanisms. Pop down to here. Grab that. It's all good. Thanks for having a good sense of humor about it. I kind of did it to myself, to be honest. And cheers, little musketeer. But, like, yeah, I'm not going to go too deep into where I'm moving to. Oh yeah, that'll do it too, Brian. Making water pits everywhere around your training rooms. So chat, what have you guys been up to? Now that it's 2025. I know that the New Year's resolution question is dumb and everybody just says 1920 by 1080, but what are you doing this year? Do you have any plans for this year? I want to get 100,000 YouTube subs. No biggie. I keep seeing people talking about NixOS on another Discord that I'm in, and it scares me a little bit. Shadow Absorber? Actually, it scares me a lot, to be honest. Get over here, dwarfisms. Please. Your first floor? First floor of what? Like first house floor? Like building floor? I'll just follow you then, Darius. May I ask why it's going to be a pain? UGDPY. DMCA certainly needs some updating into the current century, yeah. A lot of copyright laws do. Maybe even just a lot of laws do. I don't even think that's a far-fetched thing to really say. Oh my Christ, puppies. You need to do more renders. You completed a total of 1 last year, and it's not even done. Do you mean the thing that I use as the outro for all my videos? Because I'm pretty sure you did that last year. You've definitely made several shitpost renders, but I guess those don't count. Well, LDM, when it comes to things like YouTube, there's never been a worse time, but there's also never been a better time, so. Yep, that happens, Hedgehog Mind. They domesticated elephants. Well, good for them. But I wish elephants didn't take 10 years to mature to adulthood. I wish elephants grew up quicker. Then I would, like, try and train them more often. No, I'm assuming that you're talking about actually important stuff and stuff that you need to do, Suited. It's completely empty and we need to add a bathroom, toilet, walls, electricity, and heating. So there's this house that's a couple blocks from where my parents live. And when my parents first moved here like 10 years ago, and around the time I moved, so like 2013, 14 something, it was like a normal looking house. And then they removed all of the walls, all of the front yard, basically. It was just like a frame with insulation and tarps and like a front, like mud puddle, basically. And every year, like a tiny little bit gets added to it. And I walked past it a couple months ago and they were like putting railings on the patio or on the upper deck. And it's like, they've been working on this thing for literally 10 years at this point. And it's like, it's starting to look like a house again. So what I'm saying is, are you my parents' neighbors? It came to you in a dream? Wait, you did? But I like how shitty it is. Why did you waste more time on a shitpost? I mean, it's a very good shitpost. What was the... Okay, so you have an art degree, so you can probably help me with this. What artist was the guy who made a painting, gave it to somebody who commissioned it to him, and then repeatedly kept taking the paintings back to add to it or change it, and then eventually the guy wouldn't let him keep taking the paintings back, so he started, like, breaking into the guy's house to steal the paintings back? What was the name of that artist? Like, can anybody help me out with this? Because that's what this is reminding me of. Vaguely. No, Banksy is like just a graffiti guy. Or makes draws on the sides of walls and stuff. Does weird abstract performance art and modern art stuff. I don't think this was a modern artist. George Lucas. I mean, okay. I can't say that you're wrong, but that's not who I'm referring to. Is that Banksy is a state actor? Banksy's just like a concept invented by like wealthy individuals who want to make the graffiti on their back wall more valuable. I hope not. I don't know. I don't really have any conspiracy theories about Banksy. Banksy just kind of fascinates me, just as a concept, real person or otherwise. All right, let's burrow this. The nice thing about fortresses like this is they're super easy to burrow. Just because of the way it's built. All right, we should be good. Let's get everybody into the burrow. Turn the burrow on. And then I just need to go to here. And hope nobody dies. You know, the most important part of this. Just hope nobody dies. And also put a door right there. Uh-oh. The vampire strikes again. You know, here I thought that these... Also, hold on a second. So this is a farmers guild, and they're watching a gelding demonstration. Which one of you fucks is doing this? It's my mayor? I think we need to unelect this mayor, chat. It's Kosoth who was killed. Is anybody reporting the crime? Man, it's like we've got wars that we're trying to deal with right now, and there's just people popping up dead. It's a goddamn vampire. Bloody hell, man. Bloody hell. At least we can get him buried. Can you please get out of here? Dwarf, please. Please. Be gone. Get to it. Or you become vampire food. Okay, let's go over here. Do that. So the vampire has struck once again, chat. And it's time for us to burn some goblins. Who's ready? This will be totally fine, definitely. Once this is done being dug. So, Nil, please don't, you know, melt yourself. Gotta do this one first. War is a great time to be a vampire. Isn't that like what most wars are funded on, is vampires? Sounds like the name of a well-thought-out essay. War is funded by vampires. What? Oh, I see. It's because of that auto-selected. Duh. Lots of chaos and time to cover your feeding. Totally. Vampires are often depicted as old rich fucks. Yeah. Touche. Let's drive up the excitement here. Come on, Cybrick. Run, Cybrick, run. Let's lock that door and hope that there's nobody down here, which there isn't. And now I hope that there actually isn't a second way into my fortress. I just hope that there's only one way in, because here come the goblin army. Is anybody curious how many of them there is? Is the state by chance called Subwoofer? Oops. There's 80 total, 40 goblins, 40 beak dogs, and 3 trolls. So this is how we're going to deal with this. We're just going to let them walk in. You did get one of 3 numbers right, yes. It's just kind of a little ball of death. We could probably just kill them, but I kind of don't want to stress my military out more than I need to, so. Let's see if I can time this right. I think I pulled that a little early. Let's wait for the first goblin to pass this. Soon to be a bunch of free iron, actually. I think one of my dwarves dropped a bunch of gear right there. What? Not sure why there's a bunch of stuff on the ground there. It's definitely not one of my dwarves, though. Odd. All right, let's go. It's time to pull the lever. Okay, so who's pulling the lever? It's Vokar. It was nice and close. Oh, that's actually maybe a little too close. Still Vukar. Okay. There's a few stragglers. Oh, geez. Well, we kind of cut the squad in half. That should be fine. Kind of injured a few of these beak dogs. But we've locked it. They're stuck in there now. Not a bad job trapping them in. So what I do now is we're going to go down to... Oopsies. I'm going to go down to here. And tell a dwarf to come pump this. Who's going to be Kubok right here. And Kubok now has a very simple task. My mayor is claimed whatever a creature of so-and-so's crown is. Weird. I do really like that it cut the squad in half completely. But now we wait. Although an ad break is going to play in a minute. So when it runs, I will pause the game so you won't miss any gameplay. But now we wait for this to suddenly get very dense. When a dwarf arrives here to pump. There it goes. And here she comes. There they go. I could make this run quicker. If we want to commit to using lava like this, I could absolutely make this way faster. But right now it's going to be kind of slow because of the way it's set up. This is kind of a, you know, crap, I need a defense in a hurry kind of setup. Not really a proper setup. But what I'm thinking about doing is on the left, we'll do minecart shenanigans that has some sort of lava involved. And here we could do pressurized lava. We could also do minecart cannons. So how does this drain? Out the front. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. How's it drain? Well, slowly, probably is the actual answer. Slowly, very slowly. But it'll drain. It'll eventually is how it drains. It's a fortification. We're in the ads now. But if you're not in an ad, I can show you. It's this. One of these. How do you pressurize lava? So if you build a pump stack and then jam the pump stack, so have the pump stack running, but the top of it is blocked, so it's got nowhere to go. When you release the block at the top, it empties the entirety of the pump stack instantly. So if you have 100 levels with 2 tiles each of a double stacked pump stack, when you release it, every single one of those tiles releases at the exact same time, and you can like instantly fill up a room with lava. Heyo, Hobo. You remember most of yours? I mostly spent mine editing, Hobo. Most of it was editing video. And then when I was done editing, I sat outside and drank a beer and smoked a joint, and then went for a walk and watched some fireworks go off in the middle of the street for some reason. And then walked home and went to bed. It was pretty low-key. And then on New Year's Day, I went on a hike. It was nice. Got to look at snow. A lot of frozen trees. It was a good time. And then I woke up the next morning and saw a picture of an exploded Tesla truck and was like, what? In the fuck is going on, planet Earth? What's up, Krangus? Happy New Year's indeed. You sacrificed last year's Christmas tree in a bonfire? Did you also play Bonfire by Knife Party? It would have been pretty fitting. I guess not. Based on that response, I guess you didn't. You did play Fireball? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, these goblins are doing a very, very warm version of the Titanic right now. And like, going, oh god. The good news is there is no negative thoughts associated with being on fire. The unfortunate thing is there is negative thoughts associated with choking on smoke. And while you're on fire, you produce smoke. So they get very annoyed at the fact that they will have to choke on smoke that they themselves are creating. I was trying to think about like ways to describe what's happening here, and warm version of the Titanic is the best I could come up with, okay? Okay, so while they're getting ready to burn it, I'm just gonna go up here. What the heck are you doing? Right here, this is going to be an office that is assigned to my mayor. Because I'm presuming that is who you would like to meet up with. But instead, you're choosing to socialize alone, so... Hey, I need some excitement in my life. My life has been boring for too long. Maybe I'll let you train at some point. Also wants to think abstractly. He's distracted. Are they trapped? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're trapped. There's a drawbridge here. And a drawbridge here. This isn't the, the best way to defend a fortress. This is kind of cheesy and not that fun to watch. But, I mean, they asked for it, so. And this is a very uninteresting way of actually doing this just because of how slow it is, but... the funny thing is I could tell that dwarf to stop pumping, and the lava would probably still kill them. Because there's enough lava in here now that it would probably still get to them eventually. Because it's just this dwarf sitting there pumping. He's getting thirsty, so maybe we'll let somebody else do it for a bit. Because this will all drain out up here, too. I should just make this into a very large secondary reservoir. Oh, shit. One of them caught fire. Well, that's good. I mean, it'll take a while, but we'll get there. I don't know why I keep having such a hard time finding this. It's like, I know where this is. It's right here. But there's a new dwarf who's getting an opportunity to do all the pumping. Ah, there we go. Fight's almost over. Manufacturing Pompeii. I don't know if the poor people who were immediately eviscerated in Pompeii would like to think of themselves as being manufactured, but... Although a warm version of the Titanic is also kind of grim in its own weird, dark sense of humor, so... What's even darker is after these guys are done burning... I was gonna say, there's at least one, injured beak dog that's just hanging out right here, and a dead beak dog. These guys are just sitting here staring at the dead beak dog, and this gate is getting oddly warm. That gate is gonna fall over at some point and dump lava to into where they are. Which, that might actually be darker, if you think about it. So, they might not look like that many, but there's a couple goblins in here, right? So this right now is a good number of goblins, and they're all burning. In fact, they're all dead. See? They're all bleeding. Let's see if any of them has a family. Actually, I should check if the one's outside of a family, but... Or, notable... If any of them are notable. In any... Well, goodbye. See you, goblins. None of these seem to be notable goblins. They're not sending any notable goblins yet. We haven't threatened them enough. Oh, the globanity! The goblinity! Well, it did break the siege. So enough of them have died that the goblins are now leaving. But only a few more have to die. And then I can open the door. Naturally, Butch. I mean, what else are you going to do? What's even better is when you end up with historical figures, and they're historical not because they did anything noteworthy in their lives, but because they failed to die attacking me 5-6 times. I've certainly had that happen. So now all this gear is heating up and it'll all melt. And all the stuff that didn't melt is usable by us. Path to escape is not available. I mean, a lot of moods are affected by pretty indirect factors. I don't know if it would ever get that meta. I wonder. I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing the mood system in Dwarf Fortress get an upgrade or an overhaul in some ways. I think that'd be pretty cool. It's going all right, Limster. And yourself? Keeps the heat. It keeps the ambient temperature of the area around it. One of the biggest, like, CPU hogs this game has is other, like, things heating up and cooling down. And one of the reasons why getting attacked by an enemy army is impactful on frame rate, or as impactful as it is on frame rate, is because when you get attacked by an enemy, there's suddenly, like, an extra 1,000 entities on the map that all have different temperatures that the game's tracking. Not bad for kind of just a tossed together defense. I mean, okay, so we ran into this problem in Gortusk where I had clothing, where I had dwarves that were bursting into flames randomly in my hospital. The best theory I've found as to why the dwarves were spontaneously combusting is because if a dwarf caught fire and then was extinguished, but they had stitches in their body, so like, you know, you had a wound and it was stitched closed, but they had stitches, then it's possible that thread doesn't reset temperature, so but a dwarf picking it up won't cause them to combust. However, when a dwarf does surgery on a different dwarf, that dwarf becomes the temperature of whatever that person was, basically, causing them to erupt into flames. So, you know, like, that's pretty grim. And also, I guess, to answer the question of how does this drain, very slowly. Like, just very slowly. Murdered by a thread of temperature, basically. Stuff's gonna start melting up here, I think. Especially when it hits this. Butch has mandated the creation of certain goods. Statues. We'll make statues sooner than later. Mill, what are you so pissed off about? You know what's funny is a lot of these really upset dwarves are upset purely do I not have a temple to no particular deity? I thought I did. No, I do. Maybe I should double this up. So this guy here wants to acquire object, wants to be extravagant, help somebody, and think abstractly. So if I pull this lever, I'm just gonna say rings. That or what kind of clothing do you need? Let's just say silk, yarn, leather, cloth. And also say, no bins, please. Maybe just one. Then maybe our Wampy friend over here can go grab some new clothing, potentially. The problem is it's all going to end up being this small stuff that we can't use. I'm going to go over here and let's go clothing and leather and say make a dyer. Do you have a dwarf? I need to check. I think you did. Yes, you do. You are an animal dissector. Elmiran. Would you like to gift that to somebody, or should I refund it? Yes, I do in fact have a locked up vampire, but there's at least one other vampire in the map that's eating people occasionally. Next person on YouTube to type the word Annabelle gets a dwarf. I love how it's just like super low quality getting plopped here. Let's throw that out. I'm also going to place a bed right there just so I can give him a new bedroom. Maybe like a chest and a cabinet. Forgotten Beast Turu has come. Boat's got it. Boat, what kind of dwarf would you like? Turu has come. A scaly salamander. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it is slavering. Its violet scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware its poison sting. Where is it? We have to fight that. It's going to come straight at us, probably. Whoa, it can fly. Here come the dwarves. All right. Actually, Boat, would you like a boy dwarf or a lady dwarf? Dwarves do not have any thoughts about lava whatsoever. All right, we'll do this. Boat is an expert hammer dwarf who is impervious to the effects of stress, is often nervous and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He has a greedy streak and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and he rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has little interest in joking around, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Also, chat, I have a question. How many of you have been playing Path of Acra? Genuine question. He dreams of raising a family. He likes lignite, lead, and pink jade and giant toed leather. The color chartreuse, as well as mountain goats for their sure-footedness. Sure-footedness. Surely-footedness. He's got a large family. No kills. Wants to pray. Wants to practice craft. Does like improving hammer. and is now charging a beast. Once again, this beast has Poison Sting. Hopefully this goes better than the last fight. Immediately, the creature's bleeding, because Dishmab and Thykut have already gotten into the fighting with it. Boat is in with the fights as well. Bashes the Forgotten Beast with his Silver Warhammer, which bruises the guts, in fact. Bashes it a second time with the rear of his Silver Warhammer, which fractures the bone. He says, "Vahaha, I laugh in the face of death. The battle rages." And the Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right front foot with his Silver Warhammer, bruising the muscle. Bashes the Forgotten Beast once again in the right wing with his Silver Warhammer, chipping the bone. Bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with a Silver Warhammer, which bruises the muscle and fractures the skull and twists the neck. Hits it again, and this time with his Iron Shield, which bruises the fat. Punches it in the left wing. Bashes it in the rear foot. Bashes it again in the left rear leg. Bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left wing with his Silver Warhammer, chipping the bone. And bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot with his Silver Warhammer, which chips the bone. The creature's bleeding pretty badly. I don't see any injuries amongst my dwarves, but that's good. Aside from some other Forgotten Beast from a while back. Does this thing have any kills? It doesn't. How old is it? 509 years old? The dwarves keep fighting. I keep thinking it's my dwarf blood, but it's not. Yeah, it seems all my dwarves are okay for the time being. They're turning it into paste. The final blow on the creature. Why is my goose fighting? Oh, I think my goose might be dead. The trolls broke the door down and killed the goose. See? Chat? They can break doors down. Just Forgotten Beasts can't. Anyways, who got that final hit in, though? So we jump down to it. The Forgotten Beast, which is better left forgotten, was scratched by a Hammer Dwarf in the right front foot. Well, that's not exactly descriptive. Well, it wasn't queuing green tea. Ah, it was Zuntir who got the beast. We'll give you the nickname Unforgotten. Zuntir. Welcome to the fort. Let's also see if we can butcher it here. I think we pulverized it too effectively. Yeah, it looks like it. Goose served the fort proudly? I don't know about that. I would actually say that Goose betrayed us and almost got us killed to by a were creature, so I would say Goose betrayed us all, and Goose got what was coming to him. So, chat, what should we make our next guard animal? We could do a giant cheetah. Oh, actually, I should do a hunting dog. What do we name the hunting dog? Hound? How often you need death? You need Goose. You know, honestly, naming it Goose would just be kind of funny in its own way. That would be kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Goosewatch the Seer? Goosewatch the Seer. I don't... Huh? What's a Goosewatch? Snoopy? You know what? You caught me off guard with that, so... You got it. Artur. Snoopy it is. Defend us well, Snoopy. Our fort is in your paws. Or jaws, depending on the week. We now, in fact, have a stray Snoopy, yes. This is a fact. Wishbone, true. Wishbone would not be a bad one either, but took a little bit too long for that idea to come in, so we'll roll with what we got, which is Snoopy. Let's not do that, because I don't know what material that is, and I don't want to waste something. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I don't know what danger they're talking about here, but I guess it's despite the danger. Maybe the migrants have arrived to spite the danger. I guess that's kind of a different meaning there. Kind of figured that would happen. In the fort have kids? Well, kids keep happening, but these are all these red names down here, these are all children. And these dwarves are very young, most of them. I've had a bunch of peasants that are that grew up in this fort. Okay, you're 53, but I had a peasant not too long ago that was 19 years old, basically. You know, this dwarf could have theoretically grown up in this fort. Doesn't feel anything after seeing the goose. Good old ovarian set of eyes, dead body. Oh, jeez. That's just funny. That's just funny. So these dwarves, you guys can come back up. And I'm thinking... I'm gonna make a new squad. And Boat's gonna run this one. Boat's gonna get his own squad. They're gonna train up here. The clasps of murdering, the speechless irons, the creative permanences, and the ordered portals. What a bunch of names. Can they get in? Can what get in? Anyway, the reason I've been asking, or I asked kind of coyly of if you guys have been playing Path of Acris, because I've had the itch. You guys want to stream a little bit of Path of Acris in a bit? The migrants get in? Yeah. Door's open. So you're in a strange mood and you're next. Oh, I didn't rebuild the carpenter shop. Just kind of curious if you guys want to watch some. So, just like a run or two. You guys can build my build for me. Just make stuff explode for a bit. Been trying to generate a world where you can make a fort that connects 2 continents to an island. No luck so far? Yeah, I mean, that's just going to require some luck, kind of, no matter... Unless you're using, like, World Painter or something. Oh, well, it's not a Boyer's. Let's get this artifact done first. Your builds lead to hate and suffering? Ah, I think that's more of an attitude problem, less of a the builds problem. If I had to bet, suited? So Cybrek runs off. There's a cow in my fort for some silly reason. Grabs wood. Listen here, you little shit. Uh-huh. Point made. Thanks for confirming. Maybe your builds are created by hate and suffering and you are a manifestation of your own pain. I'm just tossing out ideas here. I don't know. This is also Bast's spouse. Bastet's spouse. And Quendelf's mom. Meanwhile, there's a forgotten beast who's come, and it's an enormous Dimitrodon with lidless eyes. It's named Ostragagak. Okay, and it has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its eyes glow yellow, and its periwinkle scales are blocky and close set. Beware its webs. I hope I don't need to fight that one. I don't. Yay! But it does need to fight the other one. It's the bewildering puzzle. I think it's going to be bewildered and dead soon. What do I know? That is terrifying, Ilmirin. Okay, so this one is the one we were following. And this one is the overpowered motherfucker made of diamonds. Who just died. Wow. How'd you kill it? Bites it in the head. The severed part sailed off in an arc. Killed like 9 forgotten beasts. You OP son of a bitch. Guess diamonds truly aren't forever. You're just shiny coal. It was made of diamonds and it had webs, okay? You're not wrong though, it is just shiny coal. Like culturally, we are told to value more than they should be valued. The lava's draining slowish. Yeah, they are super hard. But the other thing bit its head off, so... I'm still, like, low-key looking for vampire. Because I'm still missing vampires. Several. Potentially. You want to practice a martial art, Gishud? Sure. Go practice that martial art. Amethyst wants martial training. Competent keyboardist, eh? Doesn't feel anything due to inebriation, eh? Also is a novice hammer dwarf, getting in the military. Diamonds are pretty? Sure. Won't deny that. They are pretty shiny. Holy smoke. So last week over the holidays, I did very short streams, Mini Monster, but 10-hour streams are not uncommon for me. 12-hour streams are also pretty common. Cyberic Olslamox. The carpenter has created Rifoctorot. Sure. A apricot wood weapon rack. Sure. And offers it to the Firefrost. I apparently literally only had one in the fort. And it's already been placed. This is an apricot wood weapon rack. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of dwarves. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Winterthrone by the Firefrost of the Knowing Theater in the early spring of 303. On the item is an image of a sow in black cap. The sow is screaming. Squat! The item relates to the slaughter of a sow in Winterthrone in 306. What's the best thing? It's just us killing a pig, making bacon. Nice to know that you can usually click this stream on like it's the 5 o'clock news. Usually Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, but tomorrow we will be live on a bonus day because I missed Tuesday, Wednesday this week. I kind of blame the video I was making, which, you know, there's now a video up, so that's cool. It's a weapon rack with bacon, okay? Bacon rack? Bacon rack sounds like something from like a teenage high schooler's meme. Anyway, let's expand this so that we can bring in and get some more forges up and running. Well, this is also almost ready to open, but just looking... Cheetah's got the zoomies and nobody's shocked. This right here will fill up. And I can put that copper back. Well, there's no such thing as a Gelder's Guild. However, they can teach gelding in a farmer's guild. We've been over this. And my mayor keeps teaching gelding in the farmer's guild in this fort. Let's just bring in... running 130 blocks. Oh no! Servesh, the dwarven child, has been found completely drained of blood. Dwarves, you guys are really bad at spotting murderers. Like, truly. Hold on a second. There's no way it's you. There's no friggin' way. Nah, it's not you. Vampire child, it's not the child, but I'm going to interrogate them anyway. Hey, ay, ay. Quilted Hearts, thanks for the raid. Chat, can I get, or mods, if I have any lurking, can I get a shout out for Quilted Hearts, please? We got vampire problems we need to deal with, and I'm trying to deal with them. The goblins also attacked me with trolls. Trolls who successfully ripped a door off its hinges, so I can prove now that it works. Vampires do not age. Although, I don't know if they age out of childhood. I've also never seen a child vampire, so. Yeah, it's also not them. Didn't even successfully interrogate the child. Well, that's funny. How do you not successfully interrogate a child? Like, genuinely. Well, only after being unable to make romance for so long. Aw. It's too real. The old Dwarf. The funny thing, though, like, with vampires, you usually will see them not feeling anything when they saw that person die in their recent thoughts. Usually. It's weird not to see that. Not all vampires have that high social skills, and trust me, even a vampire probably doesn't have social skills that are good enough to stand up against his captain of the guard at this point. And there is nobody with, like, weirdly abnormally high social skills around the fort, that I've seen anyway. Oh. Snail also found the body. Might as well interview you. Nope. No, it doesn't matter. In fact, often, especially if they have an even remotely high empathy stat, it often terrifies them and they get upset really quickly due to seeing somebody die. Like, they're just normal dwarves. I don't get it. I don't know what you're referencing, Euronamo. Not every day, no. I just took like a year off to burn some goblins, but nah, yeah, I guess we're back to it now. I've been spending more time interrogating today than I have doing literally anything else today. Are there vampires around? That's what we're trying to find, yes. Well, we have one and we've located one, but there's more than one. At some point, I'm just going to be sitting here staring at a bedroom and I'm just going to see somebody walk in there and eat them. Like, it's just a matter of time. Didn't feel anything due to inebriation, hey? She didn't feel anything after talking with a spouse. Well, that doesn't mean anything. I don't know why, but I keep coming back to this one family. I don't know why. Like, normally you'd see stuff like this, you know? Like, experiencing trauma is usually something that you see on vampires because they consider seeing somebody die in front of them to be, like, scary, basically. But vampires also don't sleep. So if they remember sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace, then it's pretty unlikely that they did the killing. So yeah, I don't know. At least we were able to find the, well, lock down one. We found it the other day. The thing is, usually, like, you go to the whoever found the body, but that's what's weird about this, is like... Who else reported seeing this body? And also, if you have a vampire that values the law, they're usually the first person to report the missing person. They're like, oh no, there's a missing person. Guys, you should go find who it is. And it's like, uh-huh. Yeah, no, it's not the captain of the guard, because the captain of the guard interrogated his wife, and then his wife interrogated him, and now the wife is the captain of the guard. So she's the captain of the guard, and Dominoc is now the hammerer. Have I ever truly done an evil fort? Like, every other fort I do could probably be considered evil. But yes, I've had fortresses with functional necromancers and vampires. I've had forts that enslave werebeasts in a pit. I've used werebeasts as like time bombs, where I send them out to fight with goblins when they're in were forms, that they infect some of them and then they leave and then take that back home. I've done all sorts of stuff. Yeah. I mean, yeah, watch the Cog is definitely an evil fort. I followed a single dwarf for 10 years. That is absolutely an evil fort. Okay. Are any of the recent videos I've made not evil? One of them enslaves zombies. Like, they're old zombified friends. They literally, like, cage trap them and use them as weapons of mass destruction before eventually committing seppuku. Cog becomes evil, spoilers. Gortusk is a fucking suicide cult. Which, oddly enough, more people have seen I Followed a Dwarf for 10 years than the suicide cult of Gortusk, which I think is a bit of a shame. I wish Gortusk was like, consistently performing better, but it slowed down. I mean, I would say the vast majority, maybe not the vast, more than half of the forts I do are evil. Have I ever tried to do necromancers and vampires? No, not really, because vampire forts are fucking stupid, and you should never try to build one, and I've talked about this a trillion times, and I'm not going to do it again. Not today, anyway. Maybe tomorrow. Any fort focused on dwarf cheese? You know, fun fact, I've never seen a purring maggot. I played this game for like 15 years, and I've never seen a purring maggot. What about doing a wholesome fort? I mean, the last fort I did was kind of wholesome. The last fort I did was we built a little forge specifically for taking care of or for my adventurers so that they could come and collect the gear and then go out on adventures. And everything was lovely and hunky-dory until the were creatures attacked. I don't know. I don't think that, like, a fort where nothing goes wrong is interesting, generally. Which is what I would associate with a wholesome fort. So I guess it depends on what you define as wholesome. A giantess named Zilar has come, a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. And, where is it? Oh, no. Baked leech is stumbling around a bit obliviously. One of my snail people has gone insane. And this is him. He's single-minded. He would be double-minded if he was an Etten. Sorry, she's single-minded. Would be double-minded if she was an Etten. Sorry, the joke didn't land because I screwed it up. You know, this is our giant here. And I think we're going to leave this giant problem for tomorrow. Because I would like to go play a run of Path of Acra. I'm glad somebody did Ball of Lint. So chat. That's it for Dwarfs for the day, but I will be streaming probably for another hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm going to go play a Path of Acra run, and chat gets to build my build. You guys get to, by royal decree, decide what build we're going to play. If you've never seen Path of Acra before, it's a cool game. You'll enjoy. I swear. And for the people watching the VODs, Twitch chat, you can say goodbye, YouTube, now. Don't worry, YouTube, I'm not shutting you off just yet. We got a little bit of time left. For those of you who have no idea what Path of Acra is, think about it this way. It's like if somebody took a 10-hour action RPG run, or like a 100-hour action